good evening, everybody. Just a little bit before 7. Let's get everything set up here, ready to go. All right, move that over. Okay. Let's turn off some of these. Let's use these two, I think. All right. I think I'm good to go. So this evening what I want to try and do is mix it up a little bit. Work a little bit on characters, on doing some work either on salsa, lip sync, or Blink RPG builder configuration on the characters. But I also want to do some work on one of my projects that is a level design, if I can find it. I haven't worked on it for quite a few months. I think it's this one. And I don't know if it actually needs to be converted. No, it's already open. Okay. Somewhere. Oh, it's opening in the background. Okay, cool. So it's a level design of a city, the city of Exeter, which is in Devon in England. And during Roman times, it was effectively the central city, or post-Roman times. It was the central city in Dumnonia, which is Devon and Cornwall. There's Tintagel, which is the sort of Cornish centre of everything medieval back then. And of course, King Arthur's history is tied in with Tintagel. But yeah, I've got a model of Tintagel that I've created from photogrammetry video clips that I've been able to make essentially a model of the island of Tintagel, which has a bridge, or used to have a land bridge. The land bridge has since collapsed, and they've now put a bridge, a suspension bridge, across to the island. But back in medieval times, it would have been a land bridge. So that's in that's one of the locations in the game. One of the areas, I should say, because there's quite a few locations. There's Merlin's Cave, which is like a cave system underneath, or on the beach underneath the island. And then there's actually a lot of medieval building ruins currently on the island, which indicates sort of the layout of what that. Actually, I should bring up the plan that I have of Tintagel. Might as well try and share that while we're at it. Okay, so let's do a little look here. Still wait for this other project to load, so that's fine. Research Tintagel. Okay. All right. So here's a layout. This is basically like a drone footage plan of how someone's done the island. The island of Tintagel is just off the coast of, it's off Cornwall's northern coastline. So this is the main piece of land, and then there's this land bridge, and then there's the island of Tintagel that land bridge has since collapsed. So this is basically a mock-up someone's done of medieval buildings that have been found. The ruins of these buildings have been found on the island. You've got this Merlin's cave thing down here. It was a port at one point, so a lot of riches were brought in from Spain and the Mediterranean and so forth, and it had quite a booming community at the time. So this is one of the locations that's in Zarktor's realm. It's quite interesting. There's a lot of history around Tintagel. It's about 60 or 70 feet from the coast, from the waterline to the top, I believe. And the one I'm building actually has the land bridge intact, which I'm not going to say too much about it, but basically that land bridge isn't currently there. What's there right now, and of course I'm using current imagery to build the island right now. If I bring up, there's basically like a suspension bridge there right now. So that land bridge has all collapsed for some reason, and now there's a suspension bridge across, which is basically a walkway for tourists right now. But anyway, that's kind of the one of the locations that I'm going to be modelling into Unity. I've been working on it in Blender. I don't want to show it on this stream right now, it's not ready, but it will be once I find the textures that are associated with it. I'll be able to bring that in and start showing that. But essentially it's the land texture. It doesn't have any buildings on it right now, so it will look something like that. And I'm obviously going to take out that footbridge and these modern buildings and build back up this thing here, because I've based it on photogrammetry scans from around the island. So a lot of these locations of ruins are exact locations where I'm going to be putting the buildings in the game, so you'll be able to essentially explore quite a few locations on the island and around the island and on the mainland, and there's all sorts of interesting things going on here. So yeah, I thought I'd share that with you. As soon as I get it, the textures working in Blender, I will, because I've upgraded to Blender 3 point something now, so I need to just make sure that that project is still happy. But yeah, I'll be doing some Blender work, which will I'll be able to share with you. But essentially, yeah, it's going to look pretty interesting, and I think putting the buildings in there'll be a little bit of artistic license to add some additional buildings, but certainly some of these locations are known for what they were, and some of them are not. There's a well here in the middle of the picture, which I'm using as a way to get... I'm not going to say too much, actually. There's a well. And there's Merlin's cave. There's a cave system in here. There's a cave system on the other side, which I believe actually goes all the way through. I haven't actually found evidence of that, but I've certainly seen video footage where people have walked into the cave system. And so it's called Merlin's Cave in there. And my understanding of the history of this is that it's embedded in King Arthur's legend. I'm using it for a little bit of that. It's just an interesting location, but I will be having some sort of Arthurian legend stuff in Zarktor's realm. You'll be sort of discovering elements of that, and of course this is one of the key locations where a lot of things are going to happen. So, so that's that one. The other location that I'm going to be talking about is Exeter, which is Isca Dumnoniorum, I think it's called. So here's the Wikipedia article on Exeter. It's basically at the time it was a Roman legionary fortress for I think it was the Second Augustan Legion, AD 55. Now Zarktor's realm's set sort of about 400, 500 AD, so it's after the Romans have exited England, but it's a lot of this stuff still exists. Here is see if I can bring this up. This is a a map of Exeter that was drawn in 1563. So that there actually shows that it's got it's a walled fortress. Effectively, it's got a castle in here that actually exists to this day. Though I think the buildings might have been rebuilt, but basically there's elements of this Roman wall that still exists today, and the street names are actually visible on this drawing from the 1500s. There's a quay here where boats would come in, so there's a port, there's built bridges, and there's all sorts of interesting things going on. There's multiple entrances, north, south, east and west, and so forth. So there's some quite interesting stuff. Exeter, being a sort of Roman legion location, lends itself to some quite interesting story elements, I guess. So some of these Roman walls, they've been excavated in places. They've been well catalogued as to how tall they were and what they're made of and all those sort of things. So what I've been doing with my Exeter project in Unity is to use a modern scan of, let's see if I can bring this up here. There we go. So this is a modern scan of Exeter from Google Earth with those key locations mapped out. So there's a quay down here where the boats are. That's called the water gate. So there was a gate through the main wall here. There's a gate through there, the west gate. There's the north gate. There's a northwest corner up here. There's the Exeter Castle, Rougemont Castle, northeast corner. There's a castle street. There's an east gate, eastern corner, Roman walk. There's a bridge through here. There's a south gate. There's Cathedral. And there's lots of churches and things there that have quite a lot of history. They've been there for quite some time. So what I've done is to take this this map, these dimensions, and basically bring it into Unity and start mapping it as a location that's got the real measurements of Exeter as it is today. And of course the wall hasn't changed, so that wall is where the Roman boundary, the Roman wall was back in the day. And of course probably that wall would have survived after the Romans had left for some period of time, because it still exists today. So I'm going to be modelling that wall and the castle and a whole lot of interesting things in here. There's obviously going to be a lot of points of interest in the game within this city. Isca Dumnoniorum, I think, is the name of it back then. There is actually another Isca called Isca Caerleon in Wales, and Caerleon has Arthurian legend tied in with it. So there probably will be a couple of major cities in the game, and this is one of them. And obviously you can see there's quite a lot of locations. Some of these churches are current churches. Some of them may have not been there at the Roman time, but I'm using a bit of artistic license because some of the history is a bit unclear. There's a graveyard around here. There's a Smithen Street actually was where the blacksmiths and things were. So actually there's a lot of history that you get from modern day information that there's a market down here. There's a lot of history that you can find on a modern day city that lends itself very easily to actually developing a real location in a game. So and I think it makes it very interesting. So yeah, that's what I want to be doing a little bit of work on today. If I can open the project and get it cracking. It's still opening in the background. I think I got to the point where I got the map in and I started building. I did some blockouts to sort of put in some of the key points of interest, and I started dropping in some wall sections just to sort of get a sense of the scale and have a character walk around in that map and see how long it would take to actually cross from one section of the city to the other in the game. And I think that's important because if it takes you 2 hours to get from one side to the other, that's a huge map. But yeah, this has got measurements. Because it's there, Google checkpoints, Google pins here, so they've actually got measurements between them all. So yeah, that's going to be a major location in association with the game, and also Tintagel. So those are the two major locations that I've been working on so far. There are many, many more. Stonehenge is going to be in the game, and quite a lot of southwest of England. So Cornwall's got a lot of very steep cliffs and tin mines and all those sorts of things. Devon's got a lot of fields, so there's a lot of sort of nature. There will be some Scotland in there, so there will be lots of hills and interesting places to ride horses and so forth. So I think you kind of get a sense of where I'm going, at least with the geography on this game. So how are we doing? We're still going with this. I'm going to crack on and start working on the character part here, because where I left it yesterday, I was talking about having these characters, how they would interact if this was an NPC and this was the player character, how you might present the dialogue, how the dialogue interaction would happen. And I've been thinking about how best to present that to the player, and I think the best way for me is to actually have the two players on screen, or the player and the NPC on screen, generally sort of facing each other, and close enough that you're getting a view of the lip sync, but you're getting a fair amount of detail. It might actually be even a bit closer than that sort of thing. And then essentially have dialogue being spoken by the player and the NPC, the subtitles, and then the player obviously has their dialogue selections that they choose from that then are played in audio and with lip sync as well. So that's kind of my dialogue interaction plan. Obviously, if you're playing in first person, so if you've sort of zoomed the mouse wheel and you've gone from third person into first person, then effectively you're possibly looking more like you're probably interacting directly with the character, looking straight ahead and speaking to them like that. And of course VR would be more like that as well, but that's essentially a camera position issue and just hiding the character render, because if you're first person, then apart from having some arms and a sword visible potentially, the character itself isn't rendered. Anyway, my first goal is to get this working in third person, and then tackle the conversion to first person and VR as part of that testing process. So yeah, I got these mostly tidied up yesterday, which I'm pretty happy with. What I want to do is convert them back into prefabs and start doing some work on bringing in the other scripts that need to be there. So in particular, the Blink RPG builder scripts need to be added onto these other characters. And I may do a bit of work with Salsa. Salsa needs a fair bit of tweaking, and I don't want to get too much into that right now because I'm still researching it and reading the documentation. So just sort of recapping on where these other characters got to. We had the female mage that was fixed up yesterday, so there were some issues with the structure of the character, which I've fixed up. And with the female assassin, we've got the Malbard's horse. That's fine. We don't really need that in the view. I don't even know why I've got it in the screen. We've got the male assassin, and we've got the female knight crusader type. And I may take the wings there and actually add them to the... I might do that now. They're wired into the armature. I might look into that first before I do that. We've got the male warrior. We've got the female warrior, which is the one I brought in yesterday. This one here. We've got the male mage archer. That is the equivalent of the female mage archer. Where are you? female mage archer. It's this one. So there's a female version with a staff, but it can have a bow, and then there's a male version as well. They're both elven, so I'm going to have to do something with the ears. We've got this succubus character that I think is where is she? Necromancer. I think she's actually good enough to be a player character. I'm not sure the horns will necessarily be there to start with. You might start off with just a normal character and becomes a necromancer at some point. And then we've got this crossbow shooting hunter, which is effectively a shooter, brings some shooting mechanics into the game. We've got bows and arrows already, and we've got throwing knives, but obviously this would start to introduce some ammunition, bullet or bolt-based combat. And then we've got this Reaper character who will be an enemy for obvious reasons. I don't think it's going to be a player character. So they're all in the project. I'm going to now convert them back into being prefabs. I'll probably do more work on them, but I think for the moment I just want to get them back into being prefab. And we've got these two NPCs up here. Now this guy, he is actually going to be, I think 180 is the. It's better. He is actually probably going to be a player character because I think he's a knight. So he's player, male, knight character. Right, so I'm going to make him into a prefab. I'm going to make this NPC into a prefab. But before I do that, I don't want this guy to be a knight. I think he's going to be... I'm just going to call him a male character. Because I haven't figured out what role he plays in the game yet. Female mage, archer. Female assassin. Okay, it's trying to replace the female assassin. Why is it trying to replace that? Male assassin. Okay, I'll come back to that one. Female crusader. Male warrior. Mage archer. Necromancer. Warrior. Hunter, Reaper. And so what's the issue with this one? Okay, let's remove those components. Try this again. Okay, that's got a script on it. That shouldn't be there. Send what you quit. Okay, get rid of that. References a missing script. Okay. So we've got prefabs inside it still. Okay. Let's try and find the prefabs. You're trying to replace or create a prefab from the instance D1 that references a missing script. Why have you got scripts all over the place? Aha. Okay. There's another one. Okay, it's on the cuffs. Okay, so maybe it's something to do with the hands holding something. Oh god, heaps of pelvis chain equip. Pelvis. Pelvis chain equip. That's probably the easiest way to find them. Remove that. Okay. Reaper. A1, B1, C1, D1. Ah, okay. Okay, I think this might be to do with the hair. I'm not overly concerned. I can re-import. I didn't do much with this character. I can re-import them if I have to. There we go. Alright, so the only one that isn't... Oh, okay, it did work. Okay, so they're all prefabbed. Good. And the horse is fine. That's nothing special about that one. Actually, I'm going to just prefab that as well. Okay. So, I think what I want to do is take a... I'm still working on that Exeter project. Okay. I think what I want to do is take a quick look at my notes on this Exeter project and just see whether I can move on with that. Okay. All right, so here's some background information on the survey that they did on the wall around Exeter. It's the various sections they looked at. They see the original sort of Roman wall, and then it's been built up and repaired over time. And so that the actual location of that wall is quite well known. The entrances, the gates that go through there are well known from Roman times. And it's got dimensions there of the actual so there's the river. There's a weir next to it. You've got the city walls and so forth. And what else? I've got a topology map as well, which I think sort of helps with understanding the high and low points. So this I've used to actually, I think I imported it into Unity and actually used the heat map here to work the terrain to have the right height, because obviously this is the river, so this is the lowest point here, and then it goes up to the hill. You've got the main street, and then you've got the castle, I think is on one of the higher points, and it gives you the sort of heater here, the height map. So I've used that to kind of figure out what the terrain looks like in Unity. What else have I got here that I can... Here's the cathedral, which is... It's a Gothic looking cathedral, so that's going to be probably after the year 1000. So in medieval times there might have been a church there, but I doubt it would have been a cathedral or anything like that. And of course this is the picture that I showed before from... That was a drawing of how Exeter looked in the 1500s, and this is the castle at the top. I think the locations are pretty well known. The towers are known as to where they were, and some of these still exist to some degree, or structures exist, and the street names exist, the main ones anyway. And so that's very useful to sort of see the relevance of this at a time that's certainly a few hundred years after when Zarktor's realm is set. But I think you can see there's fields in here. There's obviously a lot of farming within the boundary of the wall, which means that a lot of the inside of the city is not necessarily going to be buildings. There's going to be areas that are certainly in the year 500 just going to be, you know, farmland and things like that. So it's going to be a little bit more sparse, I think, than perhaps what's demonstrated here, and certainly what's in Exeter these days, which is overcrowded now. Even in the 1500s here, there was a very large church. It may have been a cathedral at the time, and a lot of these churches are still in the same locations in the 1500s that they are in now. And I suspect that those churches may have been built on the site of churches going back maybe even to Roman times. But that's where the records are a little bit sketchy, so I'm going to use a little bit of artistic license and come up with some of these locations. One of the things I am doing with Exeter in terms of artistic license is to actually have catacombs underneath the churches, or one of the churches at least. So you'll be able to enter the church and effectively get into the catacombs, get into the sewer system, and you know, obviously there's a whole lot of story going on in terms of what's going on underneath the city, a little bit like what you see in Baldur's Gate, where you're in the sewer system. And under the city is going to be quite interesting. You've got the port, so obviously there's boats coming in. There's going to be horse riding to come to and from Exeter, so there's going to be a lot of stuff going on here. But yeah, it's quite an interesting location, and the fact that I've got a historical reference for it and lots of history around it means that I don't need to create it from my head. I can actually reference real things to come up with a place that's very realistic. So now some other things that come about. So there's some names of some of the pieces that shows you the size of the cathedral as it is in terms of the boundary line of the city wall, the Roman city wall. Gives you an idea of the scale of the castle, and obviously where the river sections go. This is another diagram, 1792, there you go. So by the time it gets into the 17 or 1800s, it's looking a fair bit busier. Obviously a lot of people living there. You still got the cathedral, and lots of terraces. There's the high streets, obviously a lot of shops and markets, and I think down here you've got Butcher Row, you've got Smithing Street, so this is where all the blacksmiths and leathersmiths and all those sort of things would be. So I'm going to be sticking to that, the locales within the city, in terms of a little bit like in Warcraft when you're walking around the city and there's a zone effectively that's like the market zone. There is, I believe, on this side, there's a cattle market there. And I believe it might be outside the boundary of the city. I think they're outside here is where there's a graveyard. But I'm also going to be putting graveyards around the churches too, so that's going to be interesting. And then, of course, you've got different gates coming in and out of the city, so there's going to be gates that come up and down inside the wall. Can't remember what they're called. And yeah, so quite an interesting location, shrouded in mystery back in the year 500, but it does have a lot of history associated with it from Anglo-Saxon and medieval time. Lots of defences associated with it, so it was a military location back in the Roman times. Now, this is the gate to the Rougemont Castle as it stands. So obviously you can see it's got it's a pretty narrow gate to get. I think this is the main street, and then you're coming toward here, toward the city, toward the castle, which is behind the camera here. But you can see the sort of style of this with these crenellated sections here, which is your typical sort of castle-looking thing. You've got ironwork here, and lots of textured stone. So I think all of this stuff will be in the game. I'm not sure about these sort of walls that look a bit more modern, but certainly these sort of structures are going to be as lifelike as I can make them, as realistic as I can make them, and just sort of use the current photographs of where these locations are to actually build this up. And where there's gaps, I will fill it with content. Now, let's have a quick look at some other things here. So, city defences. Okay, that was some research where they looked into the defences in the walls. Okay, and there's actually even some historical records. So this is expenditure on the walls, the city walls, dating back to the 1600s. So it's well after Zarktor's realm, certainly the early part of Zarktor's realm, which is 500 AD. But this is interesting because it actually talks about who pays for maintaining the wall and what they have to do to repair it and how big it is, and there's a whole lot of useful information in this thing to actually model the city reasonably accurately. There's a breach in the wall, and some quite useful information there. So anyway, sort of tripped up on that as I was doing my research. Now, the other Arthurian legend place that I should talk about. Where are we? King Arthur. Of course, King Arthur's got a lot of legend. So a lot of King Arthur's legend comes from Geoffrey of Monmouth, who wrote the history of the kings of Britain, and he wrote it. I can't remember what year it is. It was many hundreds of years after supposedly King Arthur. And a lot of the stories that are in here are well after King Arthur's time, so there's probably a lot of fantasy in here. But there's probably some seeded truth in elements of this. So there's Geoffrey of Monmouth's version of events. And there are other people that have written about King Arthur over the years that have added to that legend. So you've got this Historia Britonum 9th century Latin historical compilation written by a cleric called Nennius. That's obviously 9th century, so that's obviously a lot closer to the time frame when King Arthur was supposedly around, which in theory might have been sort of 500 AD, around the time that Zarktor's realm is set. You've got this you've got this other text here, and it talks about a 10th century Annals Cambriae, which sounds Welsh to me, Cambriae. Links Arthur to the Battle of Badon, dates the battle to 516 to 518, so it's smack in the middle of the time frame that we're looking at, 500 AD. And talks about the Battle of Camlan, and all the history about King Arthur sort of comes out with Mordred and things like that. The names get a bit sketchy in terms of who the characters actually are. You've got a chronicle here in the 8th century in Wales, and I think I did mention Isca Dumnoniorum is Exeter, and Isca Caerleon is in Wales. And Caerleon, I think, is referenced in King Arthur's texts. So some of the locations in King Arthur's history is a little bit difficult to figure out exactly where those locations are. But Tintagel is one that was... Well, King Arthur supposedly was tied to Tintagel by some of the legends rather than some of the facts. So I think Geoffrey of Monmouth's version, I think that's where Tintagel is referenced. But a lot of the other texts talk about Caerleon, which is in Wales. So that's likely to be a location in the game as well. Geoffrey of Monmouth's version, you've got this, where is it, section here on Tristan and Iseult. This actually has Cornish background. So there's some Celtic history around here. Obviously, there's a whole lot of information to go through. I'm cherry picking some stuff just to sort of illustrate, I guess, the breadth of the content that we can pick from here. The game's not about King Arthur's history, by the way. It's going to have elements of bits of this in the background to make the story very interesting. And obviously you'll discover things throughout the game. And obviously the locations that you're working in are locations that are tied in with Arthurian legend as well. There we go. It's still important, that other project. That is taking a while. Okay. I'm going to move on. What else? We've got, in terms of the peoples, we have the Celts, we've got Druids at the time, there's Picts, which generally were sort of Scotland and the Highlands. So there's Pictish people that are going to be in the game. Later on in sort of 800 AD, you've got the Vikings coming over. And obviously there's Anglo-Saxon, those sorts of things as well. And you've got the legacy of the Romans. So it's a real mixed bag of peoples. And so I think that lends itself to having a broad spectrum of characters, equipment types. And I think some of the things that are going to be in the game are not going to be historically accurate as to what, is that crossbow that this one over here has going to be the sort of crossbow that you would have back in 500 AD? Probably not. Does it matter? I'm not sure. So it's not going to be completely historically accurate, but I do want to try and utilise real history to kind of seed the game so that it's at least relevant. There's a lot of fantasy stuff obviously in these characters at the moment, but I want to sort of ground that stuff back into real locations, real places, some real history, even if it's Geoffrey of Monmouth's version, which some people would argue is not a historically accurate version because it happens, he wrote about it hundreds of years after it happened. Anyway, so that's kind of gives you a bit of an insight into some of the sort of research that I'm doing to build the world around this game. Now, the other thing I wanted to quickly do is to jump through some example scenes that I've been working on to essentially provide some environments to start working through. So one of them is this forest environment. I'm not going to use it as is, but it gives you an idea of what the sort of environment. So it's a very nice looking forest environment. I'm not going to use it just exactly like this. It's going to be reworked, but I'm certainly going to use these assets, the trees, the textures and so forth. And of course, a lot of the plants that are in here are plants that are in Europe. It's a good environment, very very nice looking. You can horse ride through it without too much trouble. There's some paths and things like that can be put into there. So yeah, it's performant. It works quite well. You can see I'm moving through it very quickly, and this is just in the editor, so this isn't even compiled. So yeah, that sort of environment. You've got the fields, and you can sort of imagine that this would be Devon, around Exeter, around the outskirts of Exeter at least. I know there's probably it's probably not quite as hilly as this, but I might add a little bit of artistic license there. And yeah, obviously as you get closer to the city, then it's going to become, you're going to start seeing more buildings and there'll be more points of interest and so forth. But yeah, it's a really nice looking environment. One of the things I am doing with Zarktor's Realm is allowing the player to swim and go underwater. So this looks very nice above the water, but when you go below the water, it's not necessarily that realistic. So one of the packs that I've got actually does a much better job of underwater rendering. I can't remember if it's crypto. If it's crypto water. Underwater. No, I don't think it's in this project. Crypto water is actually more like the coastline, but this water pack is not bad, and it will certainly do for lakes and those sorts of things that are encountered. From an environment weather perspective, I've got a package called Enviro, and that will actually do dynamic weather and time of day, raining, storms, sunrise, sunset. I think this scene, if I play this scene, hopefully this is just a demo scene. This should actually show you the weather capabilities that I'm going to be putting in. Looks like that's going to work. Okay, and it's simulated. Let's do system time. So it's night time at the moment. If we change it to a particular time of day and see if I can find the sun. There it is. It's very hard to actually control in this demo. So you've got a very nice looking sunset and sunrise. It's got a nice sky pattern here, so it's actually accelerated at the moment. I've changed the timer on it so that it's rolling through time much quicker than it would be. And you can put clouds in. So that should start to bring some clouds over the top, I hope. Let's put flat clouds, sun shafts, moon shafts. There we go. And we can make it cloudy and cloudier. There we go, start to see the clouds coming out now. So it's got some very nice realism aspects for generating weather for these environments. I'm not sure I would use this landscape. I think these assets look a bit stylized, a little bit too sort of bland colour. It's not, I don't think, a photorealistic environment. But if you can imagine that last scene, the forest one, and then you've got the weather pack here over the top in terms of the sun moving across the sky. You've got sunset, sunrise happening, nighttime, and you've got your stars in the night sky, all that sort of stuff. Very nice looking pack. This can be controlled programmatically as well, so you can actually trigger these events. So for example, if there's a particular event you want to show in the game and you want the sky to go clear at that point, you can do that. You can trigger these events programmatically. Yeah, very nice pack. Really quite impressed with this one in Viro. And so it's really blending a few of these assets together to actually use the environment settings and controls from this pack. I've got quite a lot of nature packs, but I quite like that that forest scene, the forest environment scene. I've got a meadow environment scene as well. I think these are nature manufacture assets, and yeah, they will look quite good in the game because they represent the sort of countryside that Devon and Cornwall has, which is the location of a lot of these cities and towns that I'm building. In addition to that, I'm adding some underground places. So obviously there's castles, dungeons, which are fundamentally human created locations, but also cave systems, and I think Underworld is one of them. So this is a cave system that is quite intricate. It's got tree roots and all those sort of things in there. And again, I'm not going to use it out of the box like this, but I'm certainly going to be using quite a lot of the assets. Here we go. It's quite dark. Sorry about the dogs in the background. Okay, so it's quite a dark cave system to explore. There's some steps. I think that's the entryway in there. And yeah, quite interesting. They've got some sort of crystallized assets growing on the rock face here. Mushrooms, tree roots coming through. And of course the character might bring their own light into this scene and carry it through. Some bits of timber and things here that might be from a mine shaft or something that's fallen through. And yeah, quite an interesting sort of cave system. Like I say, I probably wouldn't use it exactly as it is here. I'll definitely take these assets and sort of work with them. There's actually some blocky ones here that are suggesting that the shader's broken and it's lost its transparency on some of these, but I'll have to fix that. Yeah, very nice pack. And I think, when you get to this sort of location, then potentially you're in some kind of, basement of a temple or something. So there's some quite interesting assets to work with. And of course, because I've got Tintagel and Merlin's cave, I think this could probably lend itself very nicely to using these sort of cave system assets to put underneath the island of Tintagel. So yeah, gives you kind of a sense of at least the sort of darker side of the game. Haven't fully explored this cave system actually. There's quite a lot in it. Anyway, so there's that one. In terms of the castles and the medieval villages. So one of the packs that I'm using assets from is detailed medieval village, detailed medieval castle. I think they're the ones detailed medieval wells. And this one is a fantastic pack. Again, I'm not going to use this location as is. I'm just going to use these building sets, and you know, a lot of the assets that you see in the environment will be dropped into Exeter and other sort of locations. They're a little bit stylistic, but I really like them. They're really nice looking environment. I mean, look at the realism. It's just fantastic. So when you plonk the other characters in this environment and start walking around, it looks really good, really, really good. With the weather effects from the weather system I showed you over the top, that's going to look amazing, I think. I'm not sure that some of these buildings are, I don't think they have interiors, so I need to fix some of that. I think they're just for looking at the exterior, but certainly this pack has some great looking assets in terms of weirdly shaped medieval buildings that have just been, you know, stone and timber basically bolted together. Works very nicely. It's got wet weather shaders so that you can, obviously, a lot of England is wet, it rains a lot, and so, you know, there's going to be this sort of reflective, wet, muddy stuff everywhere, I think, a lot of the time. So that's good. I can use that shader. This environment isn't huge. If I zoom out, it's not a particularly huge demo scene. I think it's just a way for them to showcase the various buildings that are in there. But I think once you start picking some of these buildings and putting them on different streets, you can have the same building on multiple streets and you probably wouldn't even realize it's the same building because there's such weird sort of configurations. And the medieval castle version of this is fantastic too, and I'm going to use this in Exeter to kind of build up the city walls and the castle. Again, I'm not going to use this particular demo level, but I will be using these assets because they just look fantastic. They look really good. Let's go into this. Go in here. So this is kind of the main area. You could argue maybe it's sort of Gothic. Maybe it wouldn't really look like this back in 500 AD, but who would know? I'm gonna start using this. These banners may be changed. I may be changing the textures on them, but certainly, and I don't know whether they had glass like this back in 500 AD. So I might knock the glass out and just have, you know, open windows. But yeah, this environment looks fantastic. It can be explored, so you can actually walk through this with a character and explore the level. It's very interesting, very intricate. The castle itself has, where are we? Get inside something here. You can get inside the castle wall, the main sort of, I think that's a wall section there. Yeah, that's right. So if you imagine Exeter's external wall is going to have some gates like this with a portcullis, but it will also have the facility to be able to, while you're within the exterior and the internal walls, you can actually walk along inside the wall and go up staircases and so forth to get onto the actual top of the wall. Or halfway through the wall, you've got all these sort of intricate stairways and things, but you can actually keep going up and up, and eventually you will get to the top of the wall. And then you're walking along, and these sections obviously join together. So the Exeter project that I've been working on, I did a quick trial to drop a lot of these sort of wall assets in around the city, and I was able to walk all the way around the city within the wall and on top of the wall, which I thought was quite interesting. I don't know if that was historically what you could do, but it was certainly very interesting. And then it's got these tower systems as well, so you can obviously go up and on top of the turrets, and you've got all these sort of these parts here. So maybe part of the game is you're actually, you know, assisting in defending the city by getting up on top of these things and firing arrows down, or whatever, calling on other players or whatever to or NPCs to do things. So yeah, very it's a very nice looking set of assets. Here we go. So we're inside the wall system where we can go up and down inside the wall. You've got all these staircases that then join, and then you're into the next section. Within here you've got these sort of sections where you've got the typical cutout in the wall to be able to fire your crossbows up and down and left and right, which is the sort of thing that they would do within the walls. You've got your sort of corner section here, and literally you build your own environment from these sections and just plug them together. It's not quite as simple as that. You've got to make all these places join up, but with a bit of planning, yeah, you can actually get the stairways to line up, and the internal sections of the wall to line up, so all these stairwells actually become passable. You can walk around on the wall, under the wall, through the walls, get to the top of them, go down into a dungeon and so forth, all from the same environment. It's a very nice looking package. As I say, I'm not going to use this level, this demo level, as it is. I'm going to be using the assets out of this though, definitely, because it just looks incredible. Yeah, I'm not sure if the glass, it was a thing. I'm not sure when glass became a thing. I wouldn't have thought it was back in 500 AD, certainly. So I might take those sections out like that, or I might take the shader and modify it so it doesn't have a glass shader in there on any of those buildings. Keep going up here. I think on top there's a tower. These tower sections can be separated. It doesn't have to look like this, by the way. It can be, these are all kind of separate sections that can be put together. You can see sort of the layout. You can imagine sort of building a cathedral or something with this. And these prefabs, I think there's several hundred in here that can be configured. So there's all sorts of, that's the terrain, right down to some very nicely rendered, you know. I'd be very happy with that sort of quality rocks. The timber looks good up close. Imagine in VR being able to see that up close, that's going to look good. It's reasonably performant. I do have a couple of packs that I will be running to actually optimize the environment. So let me bring up my asset list. I can never remember what they're called, so I have to catalogue them all. Because I know if you take, I know from playing with Exeter, if you take these city walls that are, they're not massively high resolution, but there's certainly a lot of detail in them, and you just put hundreds of them in the view, in the scene, then it's going to really slow down. So you have to do something to reduce the draw call and sort of optimize the environment to make it work. So in my tools section down here, optimization. So one of the packages that I've got is Sector Complete, which is a procedural worlds one, which effectively renders the scene in front of you where the camera's looking, but it then unloads parts of the environment that you're not near or you're not looking at. So effectively you're paging part of the scene into memory where the player is and what they're looking at, but you're actually hiding other sections of the scene that don't need to be there. There's a few other assets here as well. Runtime imposters, which creates much lower resolution much lower memory hogged objects in the scene, and will allow the environment to be optimized. There's Mesh Baker, so I've got all these assets. There's Mesh Baker, Amplify, Imposters as well. So there's a couple of imposters here. I probably won't use all of these, but I'll certainly be using some of them when I get to the point of doing some game testing, particularly in Exeter, where you've got a lot of these buildings in the same scene, or certainly in the same within the city walls. So if you're walking around in the city walls, you're going to have to at some point render quite a lot of things, but they won't all be visible at the same time. And because if you've got a lot of buildings that are very close to you, like if I'm here, I can't see the rest of the map anyway, because I'm only looking at what's right in front of me. The buildings are much taller than I would normally have. When it opens up, obviously that's when you start seeing the whole city, and that's really where you need imposters or something like that to optimize the rendering. There's no reason why this tower over here that you're looking at has to be a very high definition object. It might be when you get closer to it, but certainly you want a level of detail from this far away that would be more performant than it is now. It's actually not bad in this scene, because I don't think this scene is particularly massive. It's big enough. Exeter is, I don't know, 20-30 times the size of this, maybe, I think. And certainly when I started plonking a lot of these external tower parts together to build up Exeter, it certainly slowed down. It was still usable, but it certainly slowed down without any optimization. I needed to do something to run with these assets here, these optimization tools. I wasn't using Sector to cut apart the scene. I wasn't using Mantis LOD editor or anything like that. I was literally just plonking these assets straight into the scene and seeing how they perform. But I really like these assets. They look fantastic. Not a lot that you need to do with them really to make them look good. Just plonk them straight in the scene, and it's about placement, I think, much as anything. Placement, get the style of the scene looking good. As I say, these flags and things might not be appropriate, but yeah, this is kind of gives you an idea of what Isca Dumnonia, and certainly the city towers and city walls might be looking like. Is this sort of style with these, I don't know what you call it, big metal bolts through the wall to hold it all together. And I do like the fact that you can walk around inside the wall system to sort of explore both on top of the city walls, inside the gate and so forth. And there might be locations where you've got to go and see the captain of the guard or whatever, and he's up the top and you've got to find him. Or you've got to locate something on the city, so you need a bit higher to be able to see what's going on. I think it works quite well. It opens up a lot of capability for some very interesting environments. So, yeah, that's a couple of assets that I'm very keen to get cracking on once I've got Exeter's terrain fixed up. I think the terrain's reasonably okay. It needs a little bit of work. I can start then really building out the city, and this is one asset set that I'll be using. There will be others as well. I've got lots of medieval buildings that are from various artists, and they're like blacksmiths and inns and churches and those sorts of things. And they'll be in the same sort of art style. They probably won't look exactly the same as this. I might need to do some things with the shaders to make them fit a bit better, but I think it should work quite well. I've got a pack called Ivy that actually grows ivy up the side of walls and things. So I know this is here. It's actually embedded in the model. It's there as just a fixed model, but I've got a process called Ivy that actually will attach to a wall and grow up a wall. So you make the place over a period of time in the game. You actually make ivy kind of overtake the city walls. Here you can see the level of detail, I think. Or is it, if I can get that there. There you go. So you can see as I'm moving forward, there's a level of detail change between that and this. Doesn't look brilliant. Needs a bit of optimization when that switches. But that's one of the things that is going to need to happen, is level of detail. As you get closer to things, it switches out more detailed texture. Here's the sort of thing that I'm thinking about with the land bridge, where you've got this very steep fall off from each side of maybe quite a narrow walkway onto the island of Tintagel. Tintagel is a lot bigger than this thing, but I think that the land bridge between the mainland and the island is potentially going to be pretty scary to walk across, because you're going to have these steep cliffs on either side of it, and I think that's sort of the feeling that I'm going for. So yeah, nice looking pack. Took me a while to sort of accumulate the assets that would really work well together, and yeah, I thought I'd share some of these. They're in the development project here, and I've just put the scenes together to be easy to sort of jump in and out of these to give you a sense of the sort of look and feel of the game. This is what it's going to look like. It won't look exactly like this, but certainly it's going to use these assets in some configuration. All right. Still loading Exeter in the background. That's going to take a while. I am going to move on to something else, I think. Now, mountain scene. Let's have a look at this mountain scene. My machine's under a little bit of pressure at the moment. There we go. It's doing quite a lot at the moment. This is one of the other, I think it's Nature Manufacture that makes this one. This is more likely to be, I think some of the look of this isn't necessarily England, certainly with those sort of hills in the background. I'll probably use some of these assets. I believe the trees will be okay. I think the bit that isn't looking like in England is this stuff in the background here. You tend not to have, that's sort of America, the US has that, I guess, Colorado and should just get rid of those big ones in the background. Alright, I think that's a bit better. Okay, let's get down at that level. Alright, and there are, sections of England are quite hilly, but they're not. Certainly in Devon and Cornwall, they're not. You don't get these massive cliff faces like this a lot of the time. It's more rolling hills in Devon. Cornwall has a lot of steep cliffs, as I said. So at the seaside, you would have some beaches and things, and some steep cliffs going up onto the higher ground, but generally Devon is a bit more sort of rolling hills, green hills, green farmland. I know what I've done with this scene. I've actually got a zombie on fire. I've got a zombie on fire in this scene. I think I plonked him in there just for a bit of a test run. Here he is. forgotten I did that. He will actually kind of attack the camera, attack the player when it's in play mode. I just wanted to see sort of what it looked like when you had zombies coming out the water. And I realised very quickly that this pack won't work underwater. The water looks okay from underneath, kinda, but you need something here to make this look like it really is underwater. It looks good on top. Yeah, so I'm quite impressed with this pack. Again, it looks like it's America. It doesn't look necessarily like England, but I think, you know, the trees and a lot of the plants will be fine. A lot of the rock formations might be okay, certainly for cliff sections. But Devon is going to have more rolling hills than this sort of stuff. So that's that. Now, the other one I did want to show is Crest. Okay, so Crest is a wave system, and there will be part of the game where you're actually either at sea or you have to go and retrieve something from a location that's at sea or off the coast. So this is quite a nice pack. It's got some very nice effects there with you can see the effect the sun's having on the water, which I think is just a fantastic. No, it's so realistic. I think is it the 3 boats one? Yeah, so it's got the physics in there to be able to. I think this is the one. Crest boat. That's the one I'm on. Okay, so this is one of the demo scenes for Crest, where you can basically control a boat and you can ride around on all these waves. They've just got different sort of demos of different type wave systems. They've got a gap here where you can kind of drop down. They've got like a whirlpool thing going on here. This thing here will rotate, and if you hit it with a boat, you get thrown around. And then you've got these sort of wave systems here, and these are all configurable. So it's not in play mode at the moment, this is just in the editor. But I was quite impressed with this, and one of the things I was thinking of for the game is to have the character take a rowboat and go out, and you have to find a particular location, go overboard, swim down to the bottom and retrieve something, get back to the boat, and then get back to shore. And so this provides the getting out to sea part and the boat part. And then the other pack that I'm looking at, it will be the underwater section where you're actually swimming underwater to retrieve the item. Anyway, let me play this scene so you get a sense of what it's like, where you've got a boat on the water. All right, we don't need that thing. Okay, so I think this, there we go. Forget the shape of the boat, that's kind of irrelevant, but what you've got is this nice trail behind the boat. So you imagine the player character is sitting in a rowing boat. I think you'd probably be looking at the character face on and then rowing in whichever direction. And you've got these stormy seas, so obviously the boat is starting to do some pretty funky things as it goes over the waves. You get into this stuff that's really quite unlevel. You just start going all over the place, and very quickly you'd be overboard. So it can simulate some very nice wave effects. I love the fact that when you're going towards the sun, it gets this real aquamarine colour. Whoa. Get this aquamarine colour going in the ocean. And of course you've got depth underneath this as to how deep the water actually is. You can see every now and again when you look underwater that it's just blue. So there will be other things going on underneath. It's probably a little bit excessive, that jumping around. I think probably we might increase the wave system though. You've got wind speed on this, so you can actually make it a little bit more, blown around. This stuff here is interesting, where you actually drop down into a lower level. Not sure you'd ever use that, but it's interesting when you hit the edge. Thrown up in the air. This tool actually has seafloor depth, so you can actually, if you're putting it on top of a terrain with a seafloor, you can have the tool actually know. God, I bloody went up a long way. You can have the tool know how deep the water is, and then that actually affects the wave system. So obviously, if it goes up onto a beach, then it's going to get shallower and shallower, and that'll start to generate the waves in a different way. So that's Crest. That's kind of the boat system. That scene's probably a little bit excessive, but I do like the thing I like most is that sun, where the sun hits the water and you get this really light aquamarine compared with the darker blue. It's very, very nice. Now the other one, I think it's the beach scene. I don't know if I've got the beach scene here. Let's have a quick look. There's a rocky beach. A lot of Devon and Cornwall has rocky beach. It's not sand like in Australia. It's sometimes it is, but a lot of the time it's like pebbles and rocks. And so you can't run on the sand. You're actually trying to climb over either sharp rocks or, it's all pebbly stuff all over the place. Crest examples. Let me see if it's in one of these scenes. Crest main. Crest. Don't know if it's even in this project. I think it's called Beach. I don't know that I've got it. Anyway, I'll have a look at this Pirate Cove one. Is quite nice. This obviously has the ocean part, but it's also got a land section that you can get close to as well. So let's go above the water. Yeah, that is looking fantastic. I mean, if you're on a boat and you're in that, you are in trouble if you can't see land. So I think if you're in a small rowing boat and you get large waves coming up like that, it's going to provide quite an interesting gameplay element. There's a ship in the distance. Let's go and have a look at that. Again, I don't know if this sort of ship was around in 500 AD. I may not use this ship. This ship's actually going under. It's because we're not in play mode. So I think this one is a it's a predefined scene. You've got this water tunnel thing going on here that actually does, if the boat gets close to it, it will actually throw it into this maelstrom. So it's quite interesting. I'm sort of considering at the moment the player being in control of a rowboat, and I haven't thought about whether or not it will need bigger ships that you might be on, or you just look at them, they're on the water. Certainly when you're in one of the cities and you're down at the docks, there will be boats on the river and those sorts of things, but whether or not you'd actually take control of them. But certainly a lot of Cornwall, it's going to have boats off the coast in the water, and I think this is probably the pack that's going to provide that realistic water around the mainland. But yeah, it's quite interesting. This thing here is very scary when you're actually very close up to it. It really feels like you're going to get sucked into this vortex. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, he actually gets seasick after a while sitting on this thing and having a look. It's even though the ship isn't moving, but the water around it's going up and down. It's quite surprising what effect it has. All right. Any other scenes here that I haven't been through? The dialogue system we've spoken about. We'll talk. Yeah, we could probably have a look at the Malbard's horse riding system, because I think that is that's worth taking a look at, because this is the basis of certainly a big part of moving around in the game when you're not on foot, is to actually get on a horse and ride. And so this pack provides a number of horses, and it's got some player characters in there that you can switch out. So this is a humanoid cowboy guy. He's low poly, but he has the he has all the Malbas stuff associated with him that I'm going to be copying onto the other characters. So he's got this rider routine, he's got a weapon manager, he's got an aiming, he's got damageable. There's quite a few Malbas input, which will probably get swapped out for both Invector and Rewired. So there's elements here that will stay, but there's elements also that will go. So this one here, where it's coded directly to read the keyboard keys as an input control, that's probably going to go away, because I'm going to be using Rewired to handle all the input and pass that through to Invector, and Invector's got an add-on that works with Malbas. So there's a lot of sort of rewiring this stuff to make multiple assets work nicely together, but that's been in sort of my proof of concept testing. I might give this guy a quick run around and show you what the Malbas horse riding package can do, because it gives you a sense of what the player in Zarktor's realm is going to be able to do if I allow it. And you know, a lot of these things probably I'll keep. All right, so I think that scene should work. I haven't tested it in a while. Okay, so there's the horse. Horse is doing his. I'm using the WASD keys to move around at the moment, and I can press spacebar to do a little mini jump. I can move around. I can press tab, which will allow me to do this sort of sidestep thing, which is quite neat. Don't know the horses. I suppose horses do. Whoop, I picked up a coin. It can go up and down things, turn corners, jump off things, and if let me just make this, where's my mouse? Just going to make this screen a little bit bigger. There we go. So that one of the weapon attacks that the player has while they're mounted, I'm doing the left mouse click here, is an attack with a melee weapon. I don't know why it's always on the left hand side, but you could randomize it, I suppose, that it's on the right hand side as well. And that can be done while riding. So if you're riding through hordes of undead and you're killing them off from the sides, that could work. The one I like, though, is right-clicking here, and I'm getting a very small target reticule, which is almost hidden. I might want to make that a little bit more visible. But I can pull the arrow back and fire and hit a target. It's very, very neat. And this is actually what I've used in my initial trailer video, is to use my main character and use the bow and arrow on a horse. And out of the box, it probably took me 2 or 3 hours to actually get the player to replace this this cowboy thing. But all of this stuff is coming from Malbas, you know, the ability to fire the weapons, aiming, the camera views. I can, oh, by the way, I can press F. If I hold down F, I can dismount, I can remount. What else can I do? Oh yeah, you can put wings on the horse and you can fly. This one isn't a flying one, so it's not going to, double space isn't going to work. And you can sprint. So if you hold down the shift, you get this sort of stamina usage thing, which then gets exhausted, so the horse obviously gets too tired. So I'm just holding down shift as I'm running. It's got ammo, so obviously if I use all the arrows, there's no ammo left. Switching, and it's got G, which is a throwing weapon, so you got like throwing I think they're grenades. They could be rocks. I'm not sure. But you can also switch that out and make that into a fire spell. So it's what you're doing is throwing a fireball as well. So this is Malbas. This package is fantastic. It's just got so much in it. It looks great. The horses are the actual mesh of the horse looks really good. This one's got armor. You can switch out the horse and put a different horse from a different pack into this and just use the Malbas controller to handle the animations of it and the mounting of the rider. Some things to be aware of. You can see that he's holding the reins pretty closely, and you can see that his feet are actually in the stirrups. If you switch this model, this humanoid model, for another character, you've got to make sure that the inverse kinematic position of the hands matches this one in terms of holding the reins, and the feet actually go into the stirrups. Otherwise it looks really weird. You're sitting on top of the horse, the legs are clipping inside the horse, the feet aren't in the stirrups. You hold the bow and arrow and it looks weird because you're holding it in the wrong place. So obviously it's got to be optimized for that character to make that look really good. But yeah, this pack's fantastic. So this is basically the main way that the character gets around in Zarktor's realm when they're not on foot. It's going to be riding horses, and yeah, obviously the bow and arrow is you're going to be able to fire the bow and arrow whether you're mounted or not. Okay, he's out of ammo now. But yeah, it's very, very neat. It's a very good pack. Let's see if I can go upside down. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, very neat. So that's Malbas horse riding system. Part of that horse riding system is actually an animal controller as well. So in there, let me find it, Malbas. So it's got an animal controller. And one of the things that I'm doing in Zarktor's realm is to have pets, a little bit like in World of Warcraft where you've got a pet that follows you around. There will be a wolf or a dog of some sort. I think I've got a realistic wolf that will be replacing the wolf one that's in here. Wolf light. So let's see if I can bring it up. Horse rider demos. I don't think I've got all the packs in here. I've only got some. Prefabs, rider, wagon, weapons, horses. No, I don't think I've got the animals in here, other than the horses. But yeah, I've got a wolf pack that will be adding in. So basically, you'll have this wolf or dog that will basically follow you around, and you can interact with it. A little bit like in World of Warcraft, where you can summon the pet, and they'll sort of appear out of nowhere, out of the, they somehow knew where you were, and you call on them, and they appear, and maybe they attack your enemies and help you in some way, or they, sniff out clues, or they sniff out items and can find them and retrieve them for you. So that sort of thing. Let me quickly show you what I'm talking about with these animals. So I think that's what it's called. Realistic wolf. Okay. So the realistic wolf pack here. So it still uses the Malbas horse riding component. It actually uses an animal controller part of this, which is part of, I think the horse itself is actually using an animal controller here. And you switch out the low poly wolf for this one, the realistic wolf, and it's got a whole set of animations for doing what wolves do. So you can imagine that sort of environment. I guess that's sort of the look I'm going for. You're exploring through Devon and Cornwall, through trees and forests and villages and so forth, and you've got your pet with you, you've got your horse with you, and or you're attacking enemies, and the wolf's helping you. So yeah, the wolf will be part of that. It will be nameable. You'll be able to name the pet and interact with it, and maybe not have dialogue with it, but maybe you talk to it and give it commands and things. And yeah, it'll do things for you. It'll retrieve things for you, come back to you. It'll have its own health stats and things. I don't know whether or not I'm going to have multiple concurrent pets, or whether or not you can sort of collect them a little bit like in Warcraft, where you can spawn one at a time. But yeah, it looks really good in the environment. It animates really well. It will just on its own cycle randomly do things, go to sleep, or it'll feed, or it will dig, or it'll run. And you can also control those things programmatically by putting it into a follow mode, so you move around the environment and it'll keep within a certain number of yards of where you are. I quite like this pack. This wolf has a few different textures, so it can be effectively a white sort of Arctic looking thing, or it can be sort of a almost an Alsatian looking thing. But yeah, quite good. And this is just a model that gets animated by the animal controller. The animal controller can also control other types of animals. One of the other animals that I'm considering throwing in there is... they've changed the name of this pack. It's now called Fully Animated Cats. So I've got this pack as well. Fully animated cats. So these cats have their own controller, but I'm probably going to put them into Malbas, because England does have a lot of cats, and these are probably going to just hang around the farms, and they're going to hang around the villages, and they're just going to be in the background doing stuff. I don't know that they're going to become a pet, because you can't really command a cat to do anything. They just don't do that. But they'll be in the environment. You may be able to interact with them. You wouldn't be controlling them that I can think of, but certainly they may be in the environment. There's lots of varieties in this particular pack. They look very different. But yeah, certainly animals are in the environment. If I go to my list of characters at the top, I have, there's the realistic wolf. I think I've got... Okay, these are the variants. So these are the packs that I've got with animals. So this particular pack's got 34 different types of animals. Some of them are not going to be in the game, like shark. You don't get sharks around England, but or crocodiles. But you have cows and bulls, not bears. You get deer, boars, pigs, dogs, goats, goose, chickens, frogs. So a lot of these animals will be props in an environment, just to make it look more and more realistic. This particular pack here has got 47 other animals. Some of them are not going to be in the game. African elephants, nope. Cape buffalo, nope. Camel, nope. But beagle, yes. Domestic sheep, domestic pig, yep, absolutely, because there's farms, so there's going to be these sorts of animals. 6 different types of horse. Longhorn cattle, not so much, but you can kind of see where I'm going here. I've been working through these packs to accumulate animals that will be in the environment in England. Crows, pigeons, definitely lots of seagulls and things like that. Around Devon and Cornwall, you get that near the coast, lots of seagulls. Owls, lots of farm animals. This cockatiel actually has some potential. I'm thinking that it could almost become a pet, because it looks really good. And it could even maybe have a talking part, because they do kind of learn how to speak to some degree, which I think could be quite funny. But yeah, that's a good pack. So I've got that one, cockatiel. Cows, forest animals. I've got rabbits and foxes. I was thinking that if you were in the water, and I was thinking whether or not we could put sharks in there, just so there's something to actually provide a threat when you're in the water. But I think there's enough threats in the water as it is. There's plenty of birds, robins, crows, cardinals, blue jays, sparrows, or owls, and those sorts of things. So quite a variety there. Basically, it's cherry picking which animals to put into those environments, and some of them will be in farmland, some of them will be in the villages, like cats will just roam, dogs will roam around the villages. Others will be in dungeons like rats, and when you're out in out in fields and so forth, and in forest land, you're going to get owls and you're going to get rabbits and those sorts of things. So I thought that would be useful to know what's in these environments. These are all animated, by the way, so they don't. It's not just standing there. They move around, they feed, they sleep, they lie down. They have their own sort of animation cycles. So a lot of the time they're just dropping into the scene to. It's about placement, I guess, and having them on a routine. You can give them an AI routine, so they do things on a cycle, or they'll do things as you get close to them, like deer. As you get closer to them, they'll run away unless you are hidden. So part of the game in the early stages will be hunting to hunt some animals, and obviously the deer is a likely contender of hunting. Yeah, so that's there. There are enemies that I'm accumulating. I haven't got completely there with all the enemies yet. That most of the enemies at this point are supernatural, and so there's devils, there's demons, there's a lot of skeletal things, zombies, skeleton packs, wraiths, those sorts of things. And of course there will be humans that are enemies as well. Vikings, potentially, Celts, and Picts, and all those sorts of races, I guess. Yeah, so that kind of gives you a sense of what will be in the environment. If I take you through the assets that I've got for building out the levels. So level building is going to be quite an extensive process, but one that I'm really looking forward to getting into, because I think it's just so interesting to start to build out these. So I've got a section of the asset list here, which are buildings or building components, walls and things. So many of these, if you're aware of the Unity Asset Store, you probably have seen 3D Forge products. So a lot of these are based on blueprints. But you've got inns, you've got fishing villages, city walls, blacksmiths, all these sorts of things. Some of them are castle kits, medieval village, medieval town. I've shown you these. These ones, the detailed medieval village and medieval castle. And there's a medieval. Where is it? Detailed medieval. I think there's a third one that these Astrofish guys do. I think it's lower down. Anyway, so yeah, quite a lot of building packs here. I haven't been through how many there are, but essentially I'm going to be building my world from all of these buildings, or a selection of these from the buildings. These packs have somewhat similar art styles. They are not photorealistic, but they look pretty good. Some of the packages that are less realistic and more stylistic I've dropped out of this list. So these ones here are the ones that I think will work well in the game. And then underneath these buildings are, in some cases, dungeons. So in the castles, obviously, would potentially have dungeons. So there's Dark Dungeon Kit, Dark Fantasy, Gigantic Environment, Deadly dungeon, multi-story dungeons, and a sewer kit as well. And these are quite extensive assets. Like, they're huge in terms of how many components are in them to be able to build up very interesting dungeons. And I will be crafting pre-made dungeons, but I'm also using a couple of tools here called Dungeon Architect, Dungeon, and Dungeon Maker. One of these three, I think, is going to be used to do random dungeons. So basically you can run the game again and again and again, go back into the dungeon, and as long as you're providing the same seed when you go in that dungeon, it'll be the same. But your friend who plays the game is going to get a different seed, and when they go in the dungeon, it's going to be a different dungeon. So these products allow you to build up dungeons and spawn them with these sorts of assets. So that's all of these assets here. You decide what your boss rooms look like. You decide what the corridor, how many corridors you want, and what they look like. And you give it the style, and you give it the set of assets to work with, and it will go and generate that stuff. So there will be canned dungeons that I'm making myself, but there'll also be generated dungeons in the environment as well. Potentially, you might move from a scripted dungeon with scripted characters in particular places, where that's probably tied in with quests where you've got to get specific items, but there'll be exploratory places which are generated as well, which will make it really interesting. I think it'll make it quite unpredictable in terms of what you might experience. Tied in with the dungeons, of course, when you're underground, it can then open up into a cave system. So I think I've shown you the Underworld Pack. That's the one I've already installed. So the Underworld Pack, there's a dark cave environment and a cave adventure kit as well from 3D Forge. So the combination of these three cave systems, they look a little bit different, which is fine. Caves do look different from each other. But yeah, this will certainly allow me to take an area of a dungeon and start to move from a dungeon to a cave system, and then maybe you get to the end of the cave and you actually come out in the middle of a mountainside or something. So yeah, cave systems. These are rock packs, so all of these have lots of different types of rocks, minerals, mountains, boulders, frozen tundra, ice and rock. So quite a lot of rock packs there. In the middle of Devon, you've got Dartmoor, which is a national park, but a lot of Dartmoor is pretty sparse. It's very desolate, and it's got these rock outcroppings. Every now and again you've got these tors that are speckled throughout Dartmoor, and so I'm going to be using some of these to build some sections of Dartmoor, and of course I'm going to be using these to build the cliff sections of Cornwall, and most notably Tintagel. The island of Tintagel, I think I showed earlier, has some quite steep cliffs, and these rock packs are going to help build that up. So it's the rock packs. These are the nature packs that I'm working with. That's quite a lot. Foliage, conifers, corals for underwater, lots of trees, European vegetation pack, swamp. So there's some swamp packs here as well. Ice, meadows, mountains, forests, an oak forest. There's my ivy package that I was talking about earlier, where you can add ivy to the outside of buildings and on walls. Spruce and underwater effects. That was the one I think I was talking about in terms of the pack that presents when you're swimming underwater. I should quickly show you that in here. Okay, this one here. So you're in the rowing boat, you jump overboard and you swim down, and this is kind of the look that you're going to get. So it's got this sort of animation on the sea floor. You've got the bubbles, you've got the sand, and as you get close to the surface, you'll start to see the waves. And then as you go above, you're going to get back into that crest package that I was talking about that does the above the water side. So in Vector, the controller that I'm using for the characters has a swimming aspect as well, so you can swim using Invector. So yeah, I'm quite impressed with that underwater effects. The statues and idols, which are props effectively for the environment, and certainly back in medieval times there were lots of statues and pillars and columns and things that were used as markers back from Roman times, rune stones and those sort of things. So there's lots and lots and lots of props, anything you kind of think of here, chests, bones, rowboats, tents, markets, medieval stuff, all sorts of very interesting things to fill up the environment. And then we've got weapons and armor. So this is the stuff that gets loaded on top of the characters, or it gets equipped by the characters. And the weapons are less of a problem because they, as long as you wield them in the right way and attach them to the into the weapon locations on the transforms on the hands, then the animation can basically work with that. The armor sets are where it's a bit more difficult because they have to be configured to work with the mesh, with the blend shape, so that you put on a piece of armor on a character that's not designed for what's it going to look like. So a lot of these armor packs here come from Infinity PBR, and there's character accessories as well, and then I've got more weapons and armor packs from Infinity PBR. So they are predominantly going to be creating the additional variations on those characters that we've been working on. It's going to come from these. The armor is going to come from these packs predominantly. The weapons are going to be a mix of all sorts of weapons in the game, and there'll be some crafted weapons as well. These will be sort of the generic medieval weapons, the standard longsword, the standard bow. But there will be some special items in the game that will be created in Blender and brought into the game that will make them unique. There'll be obviously boss battle type items. Here's the animation sets. So these animations are quite extensive. A lot of the number of different animations in these packs is, how many we got? 3,500 individual animations. I won't be using all of them, but a lot of them are combat based, and a lot of them are based on the type of a character that you have. So if you're a warrior, then you're going to be predominantly using melee warrior animation types. If you're dual wielding as an assassin, then you're going to be using probably a dual wielding pack. And some of these are specific to particular weapons, like a spear. Some of them are hand-to-hand. I'm even using this pack here, which I think is it's going to make this very interesting. So this is some Bruce Lee moves, effectively. So imagine if you're in medieval times, but you're using Jeet Kune Do or something similar. Every now and again, I think it's going to make it quite a lot of fun to actually be able to unlock in your skill tree some things that really probably wouldn't be there in medieval times. So yeah, I love the Jeet Kune Do style, and some of these moves are they're going to thrash the hell out of an enemy, I think. So in an unarmed sense, obviously a lot of the armor sets, a lot of the animation sets are for wielded weapons, but yeah. There's the Succubus animation set, and the Succubus animation is Succubus animation. There you go, Succubus animation set. So this animation set, my intention was to apply this to that character that I had in my old characters list while I load that up. So you can see this character is coming up out of the ground, like a wraith or something, and have a whole lot of magic casting animation styles. Lots and lots of them. And obviously they can be killed, they can be attacked. And these can be mixed with other animations as well. So, yeah, I really like this pack. It's got some very useful elements. So, where's my succubus? Is this one? Or, you know, necromancer, or whatever you want to call it. It may be a succubus at some point. So you can imagine this character with some of these animation sets. That's the plan. All right. Now, one of the other packs that I have in here associated with the characters is Animancer Pro, and Animancer it effectively streamlines the way that you can implement the animations between. You can mix the animations, which I really like. So you could have the character using a walking animation or a running animation on the lower body, but on the upper body they're actually doing something else. They're firing an arrow. So it's not constrained to the original animation set for the movement of the legs. It's actually a blend of two different animation styles, and this becomes a lot easier for me to build out the animations because these can be called programmatically. So within the code, if you then enable a skill tree and you've achieved something or finished a quest where you've learnt something in the code, effectively you can then trigger a new animation set to be available, and not have to deal with very, very complex animation trees that are normally done in Unity. And with the number of animations, 3,500 animations, there's no way that I'm going to be creating standard animation trees in the way that they are typically done in Unity. So this sort of thing here, let me just go back here. You can see what I'm talking about here in Unity, where you get this mechanim structure, and it gets really, really messy very, very quickly when you get more than a few animations. And you've got to have these arrows back and forwards, and you've got to pre-figure out how you're going to move from one animation type to the next and back. And with mechanim, it works, but it's a lot of work to actually get it to control. And the more animations you have, the more this tree becomes just a big mess, a big ball of tangled wire. So this basically replaces mechanim and allows a much simpler way of calling the desired animation routines and actually blending them. So I'm keen to get cracking with this and get this wired into the characters as well, because there's so many animations in here that I think they look great on the samples, and you can blend them from other blend types. Yeah. So that's there. We've talked about eye advance because I've included that in the realistic eyes that I've been putting onto the characters. Puppet face I now have, and that allows me to change the blend shapes, change the shape of the face to actually do a lot of the modify the packages ready for lip sync. Realistic eye movements handles the blinks and the saccades where the eyes are darting around. And there's a few other packs here that will probably come into the play at some point. So this is basically along with these ones, Horse Animation Set Pro, the Invector third-person controller shooter pack, which has Horse Animation Set Pro plugin as well. These get integrated to work together. And then these basically are to do with having the character being realistically presented in terms of inverse kinematics, in terms of lip sync, eye movement. So there's a lot of this to do with dialogue, I guess, and certainly close up. And in terms of controlling all those animations. Invector, Horse Animation Set Pro, a lot of these ones that are doing running code to actually do things, they can have conflicts, and I've had to try and resolve those. They might have shared dependencies and things like that, but they use different versions of something. They might have issues with the shaders. They might have issues with the version of Unity. They might have issues or dependencies on things. So basically my work over the last 6 to 12 has been making sure that these packages work happily in Unity 2020.3. I have been trying to get Unity 2021 working because I've got one particular package that I like, but I haven't got it totally working yet. So I think this is going to be my base, is 2020.3. What else we got? Skyboxes. So that's basically all the different skies. I think you've seen the weather system. So this will just provide some additional skies. Probably don't need to say too much about that. Special effects. So this is where all the magic happens. So we've got the Crest Ocean system. We've seen that in play because you've seen the water with the boat. Enviro Sky and Weather, I demonstrated that earlier because that's the one that's got the sunset, sunrise, the cloud system, all that sort of stuff. Fog volume I haven't demonstrated yet. KWS water system, that's great above and below the water. These two are pretty standard packages for building out environments, so lava and volcanoes, and RAM, the river auto material, to give you the flowing water effect. Snow effect is great for, some physics rendering stuff. So there's a physics interaction system, and Rayfire is destructible. So if you kick a door with Rayfire, you can actually break the door down and take the mesh apart effectively and destroy the building. Or maybe you'd be able to kick in the door, but you can't kick in the wall because it's stone. But Rayfire allows you to have destructible parts of the environment, which I think is great. I've played with this for a while, and it's got a lot of capability for having destructible environments. And I think kicking in doors and kicking in, punching a chest until it breaks open is it's great. What else? Because we've got some time travel going on in Zarktor's realm, then you've got this concept of a wormhole. To be able to, and you've got the portal, so you've got these sorts of things happening as well. The wormhole is what's in the tunnel effect. They're the sorts of things that are happening when you're actually in the time travel between the zones. I'm not going to go too much into that, but effectively you've got this effect going on. And then you've got things that the character themselves can actually make happen, mostly magic. So you've got archer effects, which is not magic so much. You've got mage effects, realistic effects, area of effect, like you cast a fireball and it affects a whole number of enemies. And Eagle vision is good. That allows you to scan the environment and effectively identify where the enemies are in an environment. So that might be what a mage is able to do. And explosions, fireballs, arrows. So if you shoot an arrow with fire and then it explodes on impact, then this pack here is going to be called, and spells. So yeah, cherry picking really what the character can do. This is going to be very much based on the class of the player. The player chooses is going to determine which effects are available to be used on their weapons and attacks and so forth. What else have I got in here? Most of this is just background stuff. These are just the tools I use to sort of build the thing up. Most of them probably I don't need to go through. Odin is important for sort of keeping track of everything. I've talked about the dungeon master, dungeon generation tools, and Octave 3D level design is actually used to place the items in and to actually build up the levels. So this is where I'm crafting the levels from dropping assets and moving them around with Octave 3D. These 3 packs are actually used. One of those 3 is going to be used to actually generate. Before it talks to anything else. Invector third person controller, the shooter template is the one I've chosen. I probably won't be using Obsiv, but that is an option to be able to use that for the first person mode. I'm going to see how I go with the third person controller, but yeah, when it moves into first person mode, this one may take over. And these are the plugins that I was talking about with Invector. So Invector's got an integration already with Malbers for the horse riding. There's a stealth kill and swimming add-on that's made by Invector that plugs straight into this. And then there's a whole lot of third-party add-ons for Invector. So I think I talked about, and I didn't talk about these ones. So there's multi-jump, landing roll, so you jump and you roll as you hit the ground. Free flying is actually it's very cool. It's like Iron Man. In fact, I should probably show you it because it's that cool, and I went and got it because I think if you have magic then you should be able to fly. Take away the the glow on the feet maybe, but I think some degree of superhuman floating and flying I think would make for a very cool effect on a particular class of player. You choose this player class that can do this, they're going to have the ability to do some pretty fancy movement around the environment, but they might be very constrained in what weapons they can use. There's going to be pros and cons to every character class. There's always going to be trade-offs. So that pack's in there to provide some sort of magic type of flying and moving around. And it might be that it uses your mana at a very, very high rate. So you can only do it for short periods of time, or you have to take a potion to make it happen, or there's going to be some downside to when you're in this mode. Maybe you're at risk in some way. Maybe when you land you're completely exhausted. Anyway, so those packs are very, very cool. They're made by Mobilin, and they add on to the Invector pack. There's a climbing system for Invector as well, to be able to climb up walls and those sorts of things. So you can imagine the cliffs at Tintagel, you fall over into the ocean, you've got to climb back up. Here's your climbing system. And Emerald AI, I think I've spoken about that, so I'm using that for the enemy spawning and enemy control to give them artificial intelligent routines that make them appear to know what to do, and when you get close to them, do they attack you, do they run away from you, all that sort of thing. The core gameplay subsystems. So RPG Builder, I've spoken a fair bit about this. RPG Builder is really providing the backbone of the game in terms of inventory, in terms of the spell controls, in terms of cooldowns and all those sorts of things, equipping and unequipping items. RPG Builder handles a lot of the heavy lifting for the project, but it is configuring. It's configuration. It's not. I'm not going to be using the template. It's going to be building my own rules in this. This particular package. Dialogue system we've spoken about, that's the one that's actually presenting the dialogue trees for options and how the dialogue branches, and that's all to do with how you interact with the non-player characters. And Quest Machine adds into this. This is the one that's obviously giving out quests, handing in quests, giving quest rewards. That's going to be replacing the questing system in RPG Builder. And Love Hate is a product by Pixel Crushers. That one is basically doing reputation and deeds. So if you go and do something good in one village, maybe word travels, and in the next village you start getting better discount from your vendor because you've now got a better reputation. So Love Hate handles that. These modules here, I was looking at Infinity PBR's modules for doing these. I may or may not use them because they may actually already be covered by RPG Builder in a lot of ways. And I've also done a lot of work with Game Dev TV's RPG system. So actually, that's how I actually started Zarktor's Room about a year ago, was to actually work through the Game Dev TV. The inventory system is done by RPG Builder. The dialogue system is done by Dialogue System. The core is RPG Builder, really. The control system is Invector. The combat system is going to be a combination of Invector, Malbers, and a few other things. The cinematic system, I haven't really spoken about cinematics. I've got Pegasus here, which is a procedural worlds tool for actually creating cutscenes where you throw the camera through the environment into a cutscene. So Pegasus is actually going to be used for a lot of the cinematics, and the attributes are done by RPG Builder. So actually all this stuff, all this code probably isn't needed apart from the store. And I think RPG Builder's actually got a store in this. I think that's probably null and void as well. So these, whilst I've got the code, and I've been through the code, I wrote the code in that course, and followed along because I know how it all works. But I actually don't need to code all that. It's a lot of work to actually go through and debug. And if you want to add a feature, you've got to write that code. With these other packages, it's more about configuring them to do things rather than have to write additional code. I'm quite happy to write code, and I'm certainly going to need to be debugging things between this, but debugging isn't always writing code. It's sometimes just getting the configuration of these things right. Then we've got shaders and textures and materials. So there's a couple of products there that I'm using to mess around with shaders. Writing some shaders for that fire, the conversion of the fire skeleton, which I think I spoke about yesterday. So this package is fantastic, but it works in the built-in render pipeline. So the shaders are written in the built-in render pipeline, and that's a problem for me because I'm using universal render pipeline. But I want this. I need this guy in my dungeons. I need him to be available because it just looks fantastic. It isn't going to be this animation, but this is the effect of having somebody who's been they're undead, but they're on fire. That is just superbly realistic. So I've got to get that shader working in Universal Render Pipeline. I've written off to Goblin Workshop, but I haven't heard a response. So I am effectively rebuilding the same shader with the same features using Amplify Shader Editor. I'm not there yet, but I've managed to get it looking Steam VR and XR integration. So that's my strategy with VR. It won't be my focus, but it will be added in due course. So I'm very keen to get this. I've got a Vive Cosmos Elite headset here, and so I have been getting some projects running with Unity where I've got a Gaia environment. So I've built, a landscape with Gaia, and then I've walked through it with Steam VR, and it looks great. It looks so fantastic, and I just think the game should try and make use of those three different modes of play: third person, first person, and VR. I think having the ability to be able to play the same game in those three different modes gives you a different user experience each time. And I think people want to replay the game in a different way. A little bit like World of Warcraft, you kind of get your favourite, do you follow the character around in third person from a distance? Do you follow them around close up? Do you zoom the mouse wheel and go into first person? And I think the logical step there is when you're in first person, can you put the headset on and continue the game in VR mode? I think that's fairly challenging, but I think it would be a very interesting dynamic on the game. And then really in terms of workflow, my optimization tool, this is where I was talking about optimization. The big one is Sector, being able to chop up, say, the Exeter city, and to be able to only render which zone in the city I'm in, and not have to worry about other aspects of the city that doesn't need to be there. So that's going to be doing a lot of the optimization, but these other tools will be there to be able to make sure that the frame rate stays good. And it's going to be about optimizing all the level of details and going through these high detail meshes and actually creating lower definition versions. In terms of deployment and builds, I've got Build Automator working here, so that allows me to actually offload the building of an executable to my build server, and for it to then go and create an Apple Mac version and other things. So I can script it to do other things. I've got Easy Build Server there as well. So that's a big thing for me, is I don't want to be spending all this time having to mess with the build process. Once I've got the build process set up, I want to be able to move it from the editor and offload it to my build server and have it generate a playable executable, and to be able to plays your Windows games on this platform, and it plays your whole Steam library. And so the screen resolution of this Steam Deck is the same as that little screen over there. I don't know if I can show you. I'll bring it over. Hang on. Alrighty, so this is the it's an e-yo-yo. Where's the camera? There we go. It's an e-yo-yo screen. It's got the same screen resolution. It's got the same screen size as the Steam Deck, and the little box that I've got over there is a small computer that is effectively the same hardware spec as the CPU, disk, and RAM that's in the Steam Deck. So basically, it's a hardware emulation. It's running Linux, and it's then got the Steam OS on top of it, and then it's running effectively Windows games. So I'm using that little test bed to test Zarktor's Realm for the Steam Deck to make sure that it looks good and plays well ahead of when the Steam Deck's actually going to get released. I don't know what the release date is for it, but they've just started handing out the development editions. I doubt whether I'm going to get one. That's why I went and got this and set up this. So basically, yeah, the Steam Deck's going to become a thing. I like it. I think it looks fantastic. It's got a lot of features that I like. It looks a little bit like the Nintendo. Going into this and a lot of testing, and it's just starting to, the stuff that's going green is the stuff that I'm actually starting to integrate into the one project and move forward with, and everything else, the stuff that's white, probably won't make the cut. It may do, but a lot of this white stuff may fall away. And then user interface. So the user interface elements are to be defined, but there's a few packs that I'm working on that will provide, I think, the base. So this Frost UI, Frost UI. Nope. Frost. Very much sort of based on a sort of console looking UI. Game load screens. These are your sort of pause menu type settings. Settings screen, your game profile, level selections. So if you're jumping levels or saved games, that's kind of what I'm thinking for this. This is the main part there. We've got Loading Screen Studio as well, which is from Miski, and this one allows me to build up loading screens. When there will be loading screens, even though there's some open world aspects, there will be a need to actually load between screens, load between scenes, sorry, and having these sort of UI elements, I think, is important to keep feedback to the player that things are happening. The 4,000 fantasy icons. This is kind of a must. Blink provides a lot of UI icons, but if you're building anything that's anything similar to World of Warcraft, where you've got lots of spells and lots of items, and you've got some sort of toolbar with you need lots of 2D icons for lots of different things. So this is basically it's just thousands and thousands of icons for all different weapons and food and items and God knows what. So I've got that. And what is the other one? Obsidian Ui. Okay, so this is a Blink UI add-on, and this one takes the standard Blink UI component but adds on some elements that kind of make it, tweaks it, and it makes it look much better. So there's a whole lot of change to the bottom of this. I'm actually going to swap out these sections, but I like the way they've been added, and I like the look and feel of some of these aspects. It's very much World of Warcraft type UI. You've got like a Diablo style health and mana thing going on there, which may work. But it's also all these elements that need to be built for all the different pages and screens. And there is socketing and enchanting in Blink. There's skill trees, there's inventory windows, there's a loot screen. You know, these panels come up, and you have a need to be able to present this professionally. And I think this package does it very well. There's a skill tree, talent tree. Obviously, the icons that are in them are going to come from the other icon pack, most likely. And I may take these elements and start modifying them quite substantially, because I want a Zarktor's realm feel to it. I don't necessarily want a Blink feel to it. But yeah, you get the sense of the style of this thing anyway. All right, so I think I'm done with all that. I think the Exeter project is loaded, so finally. This machine has been going very well, but it is really struggling. All right, so this is. I'm actually going to quit out of this one because I'm very concerned that it's going to overload the memory and crash. So I'm going to quit that one. I don't want to do any more work on that project at the moment. I really want to take a look at my Exeter project, which is totally screwed at the moment by the look of it. Don't want to fix this up. Let's try and get that the same screen size I had before. I think that works for the stream. Okay. All right. I think it was probably about 8 months ago when I created this, and I created it in a different version of Unity. So tonight I've just opened it in 2020.3, and it's now busted. Basically, there's a whole lot of stuff that's not right. There's probably a whole lot of assets that don't quite work. That's okay. I'm not too concerned with all the assets. I'm concerned with what I did with my city block out. My scene, that's good. The scene is still there. Excellent. Excellent. This is what I want. Okay. I'm not fussed with that. I'm going to just... Yep, that's good. Okay. All right, so let me zoom up, get out of the way. Okay, so hopefully, if you were here earlier in the stream, you would have seen me talking about Exeter or Isca Dumnoniorum. Let's get rid of that. Let's clear that. The hierarchy I like putting up there now. And that's all good. We don't need I don't want the asset browser. I don't use that anymore. It's too heavy. All right. So this particular scene is representative of Exeter's terrain. That's the main part I'm concerned with. I did a lot of work to get the terrain to match Exeter. So the height map is correct. The water level down here for the River Exe runs through here, and that's the lowest level. And then as you go up here, you're going through the gates underneath the portcullis, and you're going into Exeter through one of the gates. Let me just bring up the map of Exeter. Which one is it? Actually, let's take a look at this one. So this is the 15th century drawing of Exeter, and I'm going to put that to one side so I can refer to that. And I'm going to move that over there a bit. I'm going to zoom up and out and sort of give you the same perspective on that. Yeah. So I think you can kind of get a gist of what I'm doing there in terms of blocking this out. And I've used this particular, let's put that there, let's put that, actually let's get rid of lighting, we're not worried about lighting. All right. Just trying to make sure this all fits into the scene there. Okay, I think that works better. All right, so so the terrain has been loaded from the heightmap data. So that's heightmap data that I loaded from geospatial website somewhere, and then I used the heightmap information to sort of overlay there where the streets are and where the wall is and where the actual the castle is, which is the highest point. And I then went through and where are we? Overlaid. So actually in this map, in Unity, I actually have one of the layers in here is actually the Google map of Exeter, so that I can overlay where the streets are. I can't remember where it is actually in this hierarchy. Oh, there it is, street map. So if I hide the terrain, the street map, I think it might need to be attached. Oh, no, it is there. It is there. Exeter city walls. Yeah, so this is the height map. Sorry, this is the street map that is in the scene, and I've used it to identify where the streets are, where the gates are, and where the castle is, and obviously there's castle walls, and there's these towers and things, and I've used the 15th century map to identify roughly the style of those gates. Are they just a tower? Is it like a portcullis thing? Which one's the main one? You know, the cathedral's there, obviously you've got the cathedral there, and so that was used to kind of block out the level, and you can see the cathedral. And the reason I've got it going right down to the ground is because I'm actually planning to have catacombs and all sorts of things underneath it, even though I don't think Exeter Cathedral has that. I've got a graveyard over here, and I've got paths going through here. These roads are just sort of my way of putting placeholders in for where the paths will go before I'd actually start painting everything in and replacing these blockouts with you know, buildings. But you can kind of get the gist of what I was talking about before with that detailed medieval castle pack. If I take a quick scoot around the outside, here we've got the, what is it? Let's actually put that one. Just going to put that one up there because I need to reference how it is right now. Oop. So this end of the map, we're now down at the quay side, which is basically out down here is going to be the dock where, you know, the river comes in, and you've got the boats and the dockyard, and all this sort of stuff's going to be at this end. And this is obviously where this zone of the map is where you've got the markets. So you've got fish and those sort of things coming in here. You've got the blacksmiths. I think this is Smith and Street. You've got the blacksmiths and leathersmiths and all those sort of things in this zone. You've got a church here, which is this one, I think, just inside the gate. And another church. There's lots of churches. And then you've got this sort of either farmyard area here or graveyards. Lots of churches. And moving through, these are all streets. Obviously, you're going up higher and higher. As you reach the middle of town, you start getting Guildhall, and there's the Cathedral, and then you've got this cut in here. So there's a section of the map in this top corner where the castle actually has its own internal walls inside the city walls, and that's normal for a castle to have multiple layered walls. Like you can actually see 3 layered walls there, 1, 2, and then you've got the castle wall. That's normal in castles to have multiple layers of defense. And then you've got these towers here that have come from this picture in terms of identifying that there are these various sections where you've got these lookout towers around the castle. You've got the castle, and then you've got these buildings that are inside the boundary of the gate in here. So you've got a gatehouse and these sort of things here. And you're up and you're into here, and then you're into the sort of inner sanctum of the castle once you get through here. And then you get to the castle and you're inside the castle. And then maybe you're down in the dungeon below the castle. So that's sort of the feel that I'm going for. Right up this end, so you have the high end of the city now. This is the far end up here. I think that's the north gate. We need a bigger map. See if I find a better map. Oh, there's the current one. There you go. So that's actually what it looks like today. Yeah, so that's the east gate. So when we're up at this end, this is the east gate into the city. And then you got the Roman wall here. And these towers are obviously going to get progressively lower down the hill. So the walls obviously step down bit by bit as they go further and further down to here. That doesn't look quite right. And yeah, you're back to the key. So that's essentially, this is to scale, by the way. So if you walk around, the measurement of these blocks and the measurement from one end of the city to the other is actually based on real measurements from Google. And the terrain matches the terrain of Exeter. The location of the towers and the wall matches the 15th century drawing, and I think that's the earliest drawing I could find of, or the earliest map I could find of Exeter, which is obviously a little bit stylistic in the way it's been done, but it does give a sense of where these points are. And I suspect when it was drawn at the time, these are in fact where things are, because they've actually named the churches and some of these things are still there. So I think this is reasonably trustworthy, even if it looks a bit stylistic, a bit sort of 2D. I think it's not bad for guiding where these things are going to go. And as I said, these have got zones. So this zone here in this sort of section is a market zone and smithing. So your blacksmith and your leathersmiths and your food market and all that sort of stuff. A lot of your trading people are going to be here. Obviously, there's a lot of churches on this side, so that's the religious side, and you've got the graveyard. You've got a government zone up here. So I think this is Guildhall, which is a current building that. Where are we? So if I load this Exeter map again, Guildhall is current. I don't know how old that is, but essentially that's sort of like a government sector. And then you've got the cathedral area, and then you've got the castle area. So it kind of works. It's really quite handy that Exeter is just working out this way with all these things. So that's my block out. I haven't done anything with the rest of the terrain. I will probably put one of those water packs in there over the top to create the river, and probably have some hills on the other side of the river. So whilst you can see the other side of the river, you can't traverse it at this point in the game. Off to, to the north, you've got the River Exe going up, and then you've got the sea out that way. And I may do something on this side. So if you come out of the city on each of these areas, you may be able to traverse for a while and then hit a farm, and then maybe you're into open world and you unload the extra scene once it goes out of view, basically. But that is probably one of the bigger single scene locations. Tintagel will be not quite as large an area, but it will be probably just as detailed in terms of having lots and lots of buildings in it and lots of things going on. And as I say, I am going to have a bit of artistic license in terms of having castle, Rougemont Castle, actually having a basement, a dungeon, and having the Exeter Cathedral have catacombs and things going on underneath the ground. I think that's going to make it very interesting. So yeah, that's where I'm at, and I'm probably going to start doing a bit more work with this to tidy it up and start bringing in these assets, painting the landscape to actually turn these roads, these blockouts, into textures on the landscape. I may just leave it at the moment because I think it's handy to be able to move them around easily while I sort of lay out. I think it's important to get the city walls looking okay. And I might then start bringing in river auto material to actually start painting in the River Exe as well. So there's quite a bit to do in this level to build it out. And of course, once this is looking half reasonable, we can bring Malba's horse riding in here and play a character and actually start exploring it on foot and on horseback. And that's really where the fun starts, is where you actually start exploring this environment, this real environment, a real place with a real layout. And yeah, making it quite interesting. So yes, that's where I'm going. I'm about to take a quick 5-minute break, so I will be back shortly. Okay, welcome back. Just need a quick toilet break. All right. So I think my machine's settled down now that I'm not running too many Unity projects at once. I think I've had about 4 open at one point. Not on this stream, but in the past. And it handled it okay. But I know with some of these projects they're getting a bit bloated, and some of the scenes are getting heavy. So while I'm working on this one, I just want to make sure it's all working smoothly. So I might do some work on this scene and actually start building out the level a bit more. I think that's what I feel like I want to do. I haven't done enough on Exeter. It's probably about 9 months ago when I did the last major work on it. All right, so let's see. We don't really need the console even. I think a lot of this is just going to be exploring it and getting a feel for what sort of assets might fit where. This is one of the earlier packs that I just chucked a building in just to get a sense of the scale, make sure the scale was right. I think what I want to do is actually take the roads and maybe start painting them. Is that what I want to do? You know what I need to do to make this work well is actually bring back the street view, street map base. Now, why is that not visible? I can't remember what I did with it. And I do need the inspector. Mesh renderer, I think that might be it. Height map we don't need. Okay, some stuff going on there. We've got Gaia, which is generating the landscape. And we've got the terrain information there. Ah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. So that's with the terrain turned off and the Google Maps image to scale underneath to make sure that I'm building things to scale, because I don't want to build, you don't want to build up a city from one end and lose track of the scale, and then you wind up with the castle being where it's not supposed to be. So I'm doing this in scale so that I know that when I get into this zone, I'm in the government zone. When I'm in this zone, I'm in the cathedral zone. Here's the market zone. And that's how much room I've got to work with. So if I'm plonking buildings in here and very quickly I fill up this area, then I'm going to be constrained as to what I want to put there. Here's the river as it is today. I don't know if it would have been different in medieval times, but that's where I'm going to paint it. And obviously this is a flat image, but I've got a terrain over the top that sort of pops through it, and that sort of helps me to identify where the higher points are. So the terrain, the street map actually. Whoop. Can I do it that way? Yes, I can do it that way. So you get a sense of why I'm using this now is to make this pop out. So you can see that there are some walls that are not quite in the right places, but it's kind of right. The streets are roughly where these crossovers are. They go up and down a hill. There's an iron bridge thing here that goes off. And as you get down here, you can see the terrain is not quite right for the river. So it's very, very approximated. As you get down to the river actually needs to come in here and then cut across. And then this is obviously the other side. Maybe there's a bridge, maybe there isn't in medieval times, I don't know. Bearing in mind, the Roman occupation, at the time of the Roman occupation, Isca Dumnonia was, a military installation. I don't think it was probably this big. It was probably, sections of this might have been. I know all of the Roman wall runs all the way around, but the military part of it might have just been one section. I don't know quite which section that would be. And of course, what I'm representing in Zarktor's Rome is about 500 AD. So somewhere between the original Roman wall and this, the 1500s picture. That's where all those items come from. 1563. There we go. So by the time you get to 1500s, you've got churches all over the place. It's still got a military style wall all around it, with the defensive and the multiple layers of structure around the Lord's manor and the castle. But 1,000 years before this is what we're talking about, 500 AD. So I'm using a little bit of artistic license here to kind of say, well, at the time of 500 AD, I reckon some of these would be churches. I reckon this would be the market area. You'd probably have a church here, even if it's in a cathedral. And yeah, your castle's going to be up here. So I'm going to take a bit of artistic license in what I put in here. And it's not going to look exactly like this. And it certainly won't look exactly like the Google map. But I think the geography of it, in terms of where the river goes, where the hill is, and that's correct. That's actually a reasonable terrain map. I just now need to paint. I want to paint those streets on there so that I can get rid of these rectangular blocks and actually start using Gaia to actually generate some foliage around the place and actually then start putting some buildings in. I think that's what I want to do. So to do that, I actually want to I want to still see the map. So how to do that now? Let's go in here. I want to I think what I want to do is I want to lock all of these. I want to make these boxes transparent. I need to be able to see either the street view or the boxes. But I want to be able to paint on the terrain. How am I going to do that? So, you can see I named all this stuff, by the way, as well. So each of these churches has been given a name based on where they are today. There's points of interest that will, maybe be used in the game. You may not even know the name of some of these things when you're in the game, but at least they've been represented on real places. And then you've got all these streets, and you've also got the city gates. So there's 5 gates. You've got the Rougemont Castle, which has its own structure and gatehouses and things. So these obviously need to be switched out for real models that I've got the packs ready to go. But I think what I want to do right now is get rid of the streets so that the terrain itself is painted with the streets, and I'm not then having to rely on all these horrible rectangles. So I might grab my tablet, not my tablet, my Wacom tablet thing here, because I want to be able to draw onto the map. I can't draw with a mouse. I think that will work. Yeah, that's going to work. Okay. So maybe the right thing to do. Okay, so if I hide it and then paint it and then hide it, I think that might be the way to then. And maybe I don't need the Google map thing. as much. I might put that down there if I want to bring it up. Okay, I think that's probably the way to do it. Okay, so let's pick the terrain. And actually I want to hide some stuff that's irrelevant. So all of these, they're streets, they're points of interest. I want to hide those points of interest. I want to hide all the churches. This was dummy stuff. I can get rid of that. That was just playing around. Oh, that is I think that's an object there I don't need. Okay, the towers, I don't need the towers. I don't need the yeah, I do need the castle. I want that for reference. Okay. It's very blocked out, but I think I can work with that. Alright, so I want to paint in this one here, which is 4th Street. And I want to paint it onto the terrain, which means I need to hide the 4th Street and grab the terrain here and paint, and I need to bring in some textures. Okay, that should work, I think. I'm not too happy with the colour on this, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to... Okay. Okay, yeah, that could work. Just to give it something instead of having those rectangles. I'll come back later and smarten that up. Okay, 4th Street, is that where it is? Yeah, it goes all the way through to... I think it actually goes all the way through to the wall. Oh no, actually there's a little... I think there's actually a pathway all the way around on the inside of the wall. That's how I modelled it. Okay. Alright. It's not an exact science. Ooh. Okay, let's go in. Let's take a look at how that looks. It's not too bad when you're down at ground level. I'll probably smooth that out a bit. I think that the texture brush is probably a little bit too big, but that's kind of what I'm after. Okay. Yeah, I think that could work. Okay. Let's take this guy. He's Home Court Lane. So starts there, finishes there. And do that with the mouse. Okay. And this one kind of just zones off into nothing because I think it's actually a fairly steep part of the land actually, and currently there's houses here with walls and things, and I think that's where the road currently stops, but I think back in the day it was field, so whether this item will even be there. Oh. I can paint underneath. Aha, oh, that's awesome. Alright, let's do that. It's going to be much easier than having to remove all these parts. Let's get comfortable here so I can do this more quickly. Okay. Oh, it's much easier being on top like that. Angle is all wrong. Not used to this tablet. Doing it very approximate because you know what? No one's going to know. It's not being scored based on accuracy. give a general gist for it. I'm going to make the roads here fairly narrow because I know this area is going to be packed with lots of buildings, and the blacksmiths come here, so I want a lot of this to be sort of open, where they've got their, you know, the inside of their blacksmith buildings, but they've also got these sort of open areas as well. Alright, and let's just do round underneath the wall here, so that path goes along the inside of the wall. And of course I don't know what was here. I'm assuming it was fields, which means I'm going to repaint this stuff anyway with a different colour. And of course there's the roads at the moment where they are right now, so I can kind of just probably use the Google map to indicate. I think I've done that to there. The hand's gone all wobbly, but I think it actually helps with the maps to make it a bit so they're not straight lines. Having said that, the Romans are of course known for straight roads, which is what you have with the high street going through the middle. So, alright, and then we're down to here. Using my mouse to do this one, going out. Alright, and here you've got this thing coming in here. And we've got, oh, that was messed up, got the angle all wrong. So this is the Cathedral zone. And these I think are sort of footpaths around the Cathedral in the present day. But I think that what you have today probably hasn't changed fundamentally from what was there in Roman times, or well, certainly from the 1500s onwards, because a lot of these buildings are in the same locations as they were. So it's probably not a bad guide for where things are as much as anything. Alright, and now these, well, maybe if I can make the pen a bit smaller, maybe. Brush size, it's already a 4, let's make it 2. Yeah, that should work a bit better. So these paths are pretty small. So at the back of the cathedral and along here are where the I think sort of the priests' houses would be. Very approximate. These footpaths, they sort of crisscross through some gardens, but it's mostly sort of open around the cathedral, which is in here. It's a pretty big building, it covers this whole area here. Okay, let's do those ones there with the mouse. It's weird, the mouse actually gives me straighter lines than the tablet. Okay, that's the cathedral zone done. The market zone, I think, is done. This is the government zone. So now I need to put the, oh yeah, I'll make the footpaths first. This is just to sort of help me. Come on, help me place items really. Is that all the footpaths? There's a few more here. Oh, got that one out. Totally the wrong way. You know what I should be doing. Is rotating the camera. Should make it a lot easier to draw the line. There we go. I think this section here, the back of the government zone, there's Guild Hall here. The back of the government zone, I think this is like, it's not guardhouse, but I think it's like the mayor's residence or something. I'm not sure. I'm totally guessing. It just makes sense. Certainly in Zarktor's room makes sense to have, if this is the government zone here, that this starts to become maybe military zone or the mayor, or the more powerful people are at this end. And I'm not quite sure what I'm doing with this bit here. I need to check the map and see what these things are. So in a minute I'll go through and I'll hide these blocks and just check that the textures where I've painted these roads look like they're in approximately the right places, and then I can actually delete the blocks. Actually, I might leave them there because they've got the names of the places on them, but I don't need to see them. And that's what was bothering me, was I was seeing them. It's all squared. And I want to smooth out these jaggedy bits. It's a bit pixelized at the moment. Just because of the way I'm doing it, but I will fix that. Alright, so then you've got the castle. I think, is it Castle Street? I don't know what it is, but there's a street here that goes up into the castle. Actually, I can tell you what it's called because that guy there will be named. Where are you? Castle Street. Yeah, there he is. So that's called Castle Street as well. So I've named these blocks based on the Google street locations. It's just handy to know. All right. So I think I can hide him. I get a general gist of where I get a general gist of where these are now. I want to start removing some of these and sort of tidying up the painting, because the painting looks horrible. Whoa. Why am I selecting that? There we go. I've got to paint him in. I need a selection brush. Nope. 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 I want. That's better. And what's that? Ah, that's a square. Okay, I need to paint that one in. Pancras Square. George Street. Guinea Street. Smithen Street, so this is where the blacksmiths are. Market Street down there, Market Street, Lost Street, Coombe Street, Mermaid Yard, interesting, Preston Street. Oh, hang on, I didn't do that one. I need to paint that one in. King Street, Lost Street, Preston, King, Stepcote Hill. Okay. Bartholomew Street West. So the good thing about having these blocks in here, they're not really adding to the heaviness of the scene because they're not going to be shown and they're not got much geometry to them. But at least if I want to signpost anything, like when you're walking around in World of Warcraft, it actually, the mini map, I think, shows you where you are. And I think this sort of things, it just sort of helps with a place which is a city on this sort of scale. You need to know where you are. You know, an NPC gives you directions to go to Smithen Street. How the hell are you going to know unless you've, you know, you need some form of directions, and you're going to need to know when you're in Smithen Street. Whoa. Right, I think I'm fairly happy with that. I think what I want to do is take the map and drop the map down a little bit more. Where's my indicator gone? I want to drop the gizmo. Selection wire. Why is my gizmo gone? I'll do it there. I'll do it the other way. I just want to get outside the city walls. Z? Is it Z? It's Y. Okay, so that looks about right. I think those roads are approximately where they are today. I must admit, when I put the boxes in, it was very approximated. But it does give me a 2-scale way of saying, if I want to put loads of blacksmiths in Smithen Street and around here and the markets are here, then I've got the boundaries of these now. I know how much space I can put in there. Now when I start plonking buildings in, then I know whether it looks to scale. You know, does it look crowded? Or does it look sparse? And some of these areas they need to be sparse because they would have been in medieval times. It's a lot busier now than it used to be. Okay, I need to do these ones. I've done that guy there. Did I do this thing? Can't get to that one. All right. Okay, that's done. That's done. That was the important one. Got to do that guy. No, got to do him. The reason I did these as deep blocks is because I was trying to draw the road on there, and of course the terrain is changing, and so I needed them to be able to move them down to near ground level, but have them on a slope potentially as well. So it was just an easy way to jimmy it up, I guess. All right, now I need to repaint that one. I need to do this one. I need to do that one. That one's done. That's done. That's done. I think once I get this scene looking half reasonable, I might take this scene into the other project, because there's nothing much else in this Exeter project other than this scene. There's a lot of assets in this project that I was playing with, but they're all throwaway. They're all temporary placeholder stuff. Okay, I need those ones. And I think, yeah, okay, so back to painting. Let's save. Okay. Definitely want to be painting on a smaller scale than that. Okay, so I think it was 4 to start with. And 4. Make it 6. No, let's make it 8. Just want to make this high street a bit easier to paint in. Okay. So Exeter has this main high street, as you can imagine. Today it has lots of shops. It's just packed with shops. And then all these back streets have shops and all sorts of things going on as well. It's a very packed city. Okay, that goes out that way, which I think is out the east. That's the east gate, and I'm not sure where that goes. Question mark. I've got to figure that out. I mean, in medieval times, maybe it sort of thinned out and there's a farm out here or something. That doesn't look quite right there, but that's okay. Alright, so that's that one done. I might do these side ones here. And this is the Iron Gate here. Don't know if it was always called the Iron Gate, but there's an... and I don't know why it's called the Iron Gate. I know there is an Iron Gate there, but I don't know why it's a thing. I don't know why they put it there. Okay, let's shrink. Oh, yeah, we've got to do this area here, which is like an open area. It's supposed to be a rectangle. I think once I've got these mapped out, it's going to be a lot easier to navigate and just plonk these buildings at either side of the roads or streets or whatever you want to call them. Back in the day, it's probably just a pathway, muddy path. And I may well change the texture to be more muddy. But this just gives me the general gist of where these things are going to go. I'm going to change it back to 4. Okay. I think I'm done with them. Put this one in. And what's the story with this? What's the story with that one? Okay, it's just a little bit. All right. Okay, this is going to go off to no man's land. So I think this is the south gate. Is it the south gate or is it the west gate? East. Yeah, I think that's the south gate. I think that's north gate. East. That might be the south gate, and there might be the water gate, and that's the west gate, I think. Yes. Okay. Let's go in here and do these ones. So this is the Roman walk. Part of the wall today, the Roman walk wall is still there, and it's got big insignias and signage on it to show the age of the wall in this section. It's quite interesting. And I have a suspicion that this area up here might have been the barracks. I think that's what I'm going to do in Zarktor's realm anyway, to put the barracks area here, because you'd have a castle up here. This is the castle. And you'd want your barracks or your training or your troops to be reasonably close to the castle to defend the castle if need be, if it's breached. So if you imagine you've got, in terms of the layout of Exeter, you've got the castle, you've got the government and the powerful people, the politics, you've got the farming, and you've got churches everywhere. You've got the cathedral. This could be the military zone in terms of having the barracks and all those sorts of things, maybe stables. And then down here you've got the poorer people, you've got the blacksmiths, you've got the people that are, making do. The houses in this area are probably going to be very small and packed together and poor. But then you've got the market area in here that is Market Street. And this is going to obviously have traders and commercial. So definitely it's all very much zoned. Exeter's a very interesting city in terms of the zones of everything. All right, I think I've missed this section here, which is the Watergate. And I'm not quite sure. Before I do that, yeah, okay, I might paint this where I've got them, but then I'm going to check the map to see if they join up. At least today, whether they join up. I'd assume this would join. Okay, that's going to go out that way. And I would think this would join up in here too. Now this is the main trading part where stuff's coming off the boats, the quays here. So this is going to get a lot of traffic through this zone, because this is where all your supplies come in. The fishing, the fish would come in from the River X, from all the fishing villages, and your dock is here, so you might be importing and exporting stuff from here. So it's going to be, that's why I made it a lot wider. And I'm not sure what's going on with the West Gate, because today I think there's like a freeway thing going over here. Actually, let me bring up the, where's my map? Street map. That's really annoying. Unity has stopped showing me where my controls are. All right. Yeah, so these bridges here that go over the River X are new, but obviously they would be a logical place to put bridges if you're going to put it anywhere to get to the other side. I think they did exist in the 1500s, because you've got a bridge going across here to the West Gate, and the Western Freeway runs through here now. And you can kind of see this kind of cuts across, and then there's some houses, and it kind of it's in here. But there's two bridges here now, and it looks like there's all these waterways in here that are not there now. So I'm probably going to use a bit of artistic license once I've finished mapping to the current Google map. I'm going to probably start using this to then guide all this stuff that's outside the city walls. And because it's very hard to see inside the city walls what's going on, other than there's lots of fields, there's rows of houses with fields behind them, and you can see the center section in here. The houses are all packed in very tightly, because this is probably the poorer sector. Actually, there's a lot of farmland in there as well. And if this is 1500 AD, and I'm modeling something that was 1,000 years before this, then it's probably going to be even sparser. There's going to be fewer buildings than this. But I do think I'm going to make... I need a military zone where the barracks are going to go, and I think it's going to be... it could either be in the sort of government sector here or in... Because by the time you get to 1500s, the barracks would have been dismantled. There's probably no need for it to be a military town anymore, a military city anymore. So back in Roman times, that's what I'm guessing at, is where would the military zone be? And I'm thinking it would be near the castle. Anyway, I'm guessing. I'm totally guessing. This is all just to make it a little bit interesting. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to drop that back down under the ground. That's what I was going to do, is look at how these join up. And it is a bit hard to see. Certainly inside the city wall here, where the road is now, it certainly wasn't where... There wouldn't be a freeway back in the 500 AD. But I would imagine that inside a Roman wall, you would be able to walk on the inside of that wall all the way around. And judging by this picture from the 1500s, you've got this walkway, certainly all the way around this way, and then you've got the fields all the way to the edge, but then in here you've got the walkway all around. So it's probably going to be... I'm going to use this as a bit of a guide. And the fields are going to be easy because they're kind of... There's little fences and things, and then there's just rows of houses, and there will be houses that you can... It's a bit like Skyrim and Fallout. You know, there'll be buildings that you can get into and buildings that you can't. Depends if they're a point of interest. Whether or not there's actually an NPC in there to liaise with, or there's, you know, something going on in there. Alright, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Oop. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Oh god. Why is it not selecting that one? Ah, that's better. And that's a real pain. Why is it doing that texturing? I need to change the mode. There we go. No, I need to paint that one in still. Done that. Done that. Done that. Done that. Let's get over close there. I've got that. That's the Roman walk. Okay, and this is the section behind the cathedral. So this is kind of like the what do you call it? That's probably a good reference here. Burnet Patch Bridge. Yeah, so there's Burnet Patch Bridge, which is, I think it's here or here. And it's a bridge that actually cuts across. And there's an iron walkway from one side. It's like a wrought iron bridge that kind of goes between the two buildings across the road, and I think it's where like the minister would walk across to the cathedral from his residence on this side. It could be an interesting thing to throw in there. I don't know. Anyway, I've done that one, and I think I've done that one, and I've done this guy. I haven't done around the edges yet. Alright, it's starting to look good. I think that's starting to give me something I can work with in terms of placement of objects, and the terrain I can repaint, restyle anytime I like, because that's fine. Okay. We want to move terrain and repaint that. Okay, what's left to do? Oh, that one. Easy one. Okay, and then we're into Castle Street, which is the main entranceway up to the castle. And I think this would be reasonably, for the rich. So it's going to be nicely done up here. Wherever the Lord is, it's probably going to be, I would imagine, open area up here, horse stables and whatever. Okay, how's that looking? Just going to fill this in here so that it goes up to the those aren't actually openings there, by the way. That wall will join up. Bring that down. This is where the artistic license comes in. Whoop, artistic license comes in. Those are walls and buildings. And I think I've got it in here. Okay, I've got it done now. Yeah, I can hide them now. It's good. Cool. Bring back in the points of interest. Bring back in the churches. And I don't really need... These quadrants can all be... Where's that one? Yep. Bear Street. Oh, I've missed that. Street. I don't think I've got the location quite right, but it's approximate. Northern Hay. Okay, so that's basically up against the the castle walls, or sorry, the city walls. And this section of wall I know exists, at least in terms of the 1500s, because it's drawn here. There's the north gate here. I probably haven't got the position quite right, actually. Let's have a look. Yeah, kind of there's fields in here, and then it cuts in. So it's kind of difficult to see what's really going on around here. Because when you overlay it on the Google map, it doesn't quite kind of line up with where these things should be. That's not the shape of it. It actually, the Roman wall actually kicks out around here, around the which isn't shown on this drawing. So you kind of got to rely a little bit on the Google Maps more, because it's where the Roman wall actually is now, and this is just a picture someone's drawn. So this wall is correct. I've actually overlaid this on the Google Maps for where the wall is. So if I hide the terrain, you can see. And the height is what's probably the factor that's most unknown, because we know the height of the wall today, and in certain cases we know maybe what the height of the wall was back then. But I'm going to take a bit of artistic license in terms of the height of the wall. I'm going to make it probably a little bit more impressive than maybe it was, certainly back in 500 AD. But I'm going to assume that post-Roman occupation, it was a fortress. Part of it was fortress, and I do think this section up here is going to be the barracks, and maybe the stables, the military stables anyway. The farming stuff's going to be elsewhere. I don't really need this thing anymore. The fields, no, I don't need that. That's St. Bartholomew Cemetery, which is actually outside the city walls. Makes sense to put your dead outside the city walls rather than inside. Bedford House. Okay, so these are now placeholders for... Oh, there's Barnet Bridge there. So that's the wrought iron bridge that goes across this road. There's some story about this. And then you've got the gates, and then you've got there's these towers around here. I think it's a couple of towers. And then you've got the castle inside here. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with all that. Terrain, street map, base, height map. Did I have the height map there? Box collider, mesh renderer. Oh, there you go. There's the height map data I used. Can't remember. Oh, Open Street Map. That's where I got the elevations from, and that was used then to generate the terrain for Exeter. So there are some sections there that are actually high points as well behind the tower, but I haven't painted them in. I'm mostly concerned with what's happening inside the city walls. But that's how I'm reasonably comfortable with mapping the city out this way, is by using the height map, the real height map data, because I want the river to come, where it went, and then guide this stuff. Obviously, there's some water stuff here that's going on. In this picture, there's sort of canals and things feeding in across this area that isn't there today. So I will paint this stuff in and probably dip the terrain down to allow the water to flow in a gully along the River Exe. I'm going to have to dig that out so that the water will flow. I'm using River Auto Material, which will then set a flow across there. And given I don't think it's a particularly steep river, it's not torrents, it's reasonably flat, but it does obviously come from higher ground down out to the sea this way. Exmouth is off this way, and this is Exeter. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. This guy is a placeholder for St John's Church, that's fine. These are points of interest, and then these are all the streets that are now turned off, I think, apart from that one, which is Castle Street. There, can't turn that guy off. Right, so all the streets are now out of, in terms of rendering it out of the way, which is good. And I can now turn back on the terrain. City Wall Towers I can bring back in. That's where those gaps were, is that these are the towers that I'd seen peppered through the wall. And again, I may add extra turrets and towers and things, just how I feel like it. But I'm going to start trying to model it based on what I know, and then fill in the gaps. Okay, so there's the street map. I can hide the height map, and I can bring in the terrain, and I can hide the height map, and I'm now pretty comfortable that things are where they're supposed to be, approximately. And I can see the water level is going to come in here, and the River Exe is going to be channeled out through, all the way through here. Maybe with those little canal areas, which I'm assuming they had. The gatehouse here, through the portcullis into Exeter, and we're off and running. Okay. Looks the terrain actually looks pretty flat, like it's not completely flat, obviously it's sloped, but it's all very smooth, and I don't want that. I actually want it there to be higher areas, lower areas, you know, the pathways are channeled out by people, you know, taking carts and horses and those sorts of things through. So I'll probably dip some things in and pull some things up a little bit, but the general height of the city is correct. And then obviously you get higher and higher here, you got the barracks out here, and then you're going into the castle inner walls. And yeah, I really don't know what Castle Rougemont looked like before the current one. The current one I don't think is that old. I should look that up. I should know that. Exeter Castle Rougemont. Oh, there you go, 1136. It's quite old. Yeah, so you see what I mean about Exmouth being this. That's the sea. Obviously, that's a inland river going up to Exmouth. Right there to Exmoor. You got Dartmoor down here. Tintagel's off down here in Cornwall. I think this is Lundy, Isle of Lundy. And this is where I'm from. It's down in Torquay, down this way. Faulty Towers. Okay, so it's mentioned in Richard III. There you go. It was built into the northern corner of the Roman city wall starting in or about the year 1068. Well, that's shortly after 1066. The Battle of Hastings. William the Conqueror, yeah. Following Exeter's rebellion against William the Conqueror. Interesting. 1136 was besieged for 3 months by King Stephen and Outer Bailey. Okay, so that's what I mean about those extra walls. So there's the Outer Bailey. There's this one. Of which little remains was added in the 12th century. So that wouldn't exist in the 12th century. It was probably, you know, the city walls provided the most defence for the Romans. I'm going to put it in anyway because I feel I want to enrich this environment, even if it means adding things that didn't get added until the 12th century, just for the hell of it. Built by William the Conqueror. There you go. Interesting. Which would have been 1068, shortly after 1066. Okay, so that's the castle. I'm wondering what the castle looked like back in the day. The castle, yeah, I'm going to save that. Looks pretty cool. Put that on the desktop. So that's a picture drawn in 1600, and that is not far off. Actually, that's really not far off what that was back then. You've got houses on the left, house on the right, probably a gatehouse or something. What does that say? The old drawbridge over the ditch. Where's A? Oh, there. Okay. So there's a drawbridge on the back. Very interesting. Okay, we've got a drawbridge. All right, that makes sense to get in the castle and be able to get out over the castle if you need to get out. The bowling ground. The Assizes and Sessions House built about 1624. Wherever B is. Ah, that's these ones. So that's this stuff here. The outer ditch of the castle is C, so this is basically outside that initial city wall, but inside this. Is this the city wall? I think either this is the city wall or this is the city wall. Okay. The Castle Hill, St Mary's Church. Yeah, because there's several walls around this. I think this is the inner sanctum here. The old prison removed about 1796. That's F. Okay, so the prison is here, which is down this way. Part of the castle precincts, H. So the castle precincts here would have been probably government land controlling power. Orchards and gardens, G. Okay, so that's out here, which is this sort of area. Very good. I think that'll be quite useful to fill in some blanks, because it's been very hard to find information on what this area actually looks like. Hard to see that it's actually a castle back in the day. So William the Conqueror built this in 1068. Castle Brugemont. Maybe that's the castle is this element here. It looks like a set of houses at the moment, but I think back in the day it might have been a bit more than that. Alright, let's open that in a new tab and go back. I want to know what it looked like. Castle Ridgemont plan. Plans. Okay, I know there are several drawings. Okay, so that's gives a better sense of the footprint now. There you go. So the footprint of the castle now is actually quite a bit more impressive than what they were drawing with those little houses off to the side. That's kind of what I'm thinking is going to be the main castle in Exeter for Zarktor's realm. Is going to be a bigger castle with dungeons underneath and so forth. That's like a lodge. That's like the gatekeeper's lodge. Okay, so that's pretty handy to have that for scale. And I think that might have been something that I'd used. Why is it? Okay, I need to screen snap that one. Desktop. That's Rougemont Castle. And it gives you a footprint. It doesn't give you how high the building was. So it's this sort of site that might provide more information. Okay, there's the courts. Okay, there we go. Courts in the air. And that's in when? 1930s. So it is a row of looks like houses, double-story houses with arches and then other buildings, and then it gets taller at the top. There's obviously been a drawbridge at the back. You've got the main wall around this part, and then you've got the city wall runs out this side, and I think this is outside the city wall here. It's a model someone's done. There you go. Very cool. Very cool. I want to snapshot that. That could be quite useful reference. The Hedgeland model. I wonder if there's more information on the internet on that. No doubt there is. Hedgeland model of Rougemont Castle. Hedgeland model. Hedgeland model Rougemont Castle. Caleb Hedgeland's model. Royal Albert Museum, Queen Street. Okay, so someone's created an actual 3D model of this. Depicted the day as it appeared in 1769. You can see, so by, this is the 1800s? Yes, 1800s. The 18th century, sorry. I think the 1700s is the 18th century. the beginning of the 19th century. Okay, so Caleb Hedgeland created this in the 19th century based on how the city was in 1769. And this diagram is the 1563. So you can see how cluttered, how populous, everyone's got the buildings inside the city walls, and it just fills up with houses, workers' houses. And of course you've got the cathedral and these churches that they still have lots of ground around them, which they do to this day. But otherwise, these streets sort of separate these blocks of how. There you go, there's the cathedral. Interesting. Trying to figure out the buildings on the southern Hayside of Cathedral Green the other day at Ram. Very cool. Bookmark that. All right. I know I got off track there, but I think figuring out what's really going on with this castle, the scale of it, I know the footprint. Yeah, I've worked out the footprint of it. I don't know how tall it is, other than in the diagrams it's showing, some of the early photographs of the 19th century, it's showing it as a double-story set of buildings, but I'm going to make it into more an artistic... I'm going to think that at Roman times there was something on this, and by the year 500 AD there was some castle in this location. By the time you get to 1068, when William the Conqueror creates Rougemont Castle, he's probably put it where something else was. Maybe what was there has been, destroyed by war in the 1,000 years between those events. So I'm going to use a bit of artistic license in terms of what I put into the castle here and what I put into the walls. We're talking Dark Ages. And the Dark Ages is between the Roman settlement of England, which I think was 300 AD, 400 AD. That's when the Romans kind of left the UK. And you sort of get to Viking times, 800 AD, and in that middle period, the sort of 400 AD to 800 AD, it's the kind of Dark Ages, or early medieval, I think they call it now. But there's not a lot of documentation or written form because a lot of people couldn't write. Most people in Britain couldn't write until the 1600s. So what is documented is pretty limited, and usually whoever writes the stuff is probably the people that are in power, because they're the ones who can afford the monks to be able to basically write stuff. But so what's sort of what stays around are the buildings and the walls and those sorts of things. That's why I'm kind of using that as a guide for a lot of this. All right. I think that's pretty cool. I am pretty happy with that. I think I can start actually bringing some buildings in. I'm going to start with the city walls, actually. I'm going to get the city walls using the... I'll do what I did before, which was to take the detailed medieval castle pack and chuck in these the towers, so that I've got these points of interest that are in the right places, and then I'm going to fill out the rest with wall sections, hopefully get them lined up again so you can actually walk along the top of the wall, but you can also walk inside the wall where there's passageways. I'd managed to get that done before, but as I said, when I filled up the scene with those assets, the scene got pretty heavy. What's going on with that, and why is that? That's right. That is a point of interest, because that's actually the Iron Gate, Burnet Patch Bridge. Point of interest. I'm just going to hide that because I don't need it visible. I might build it out later. I know it was added later, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I didn't realise that there's a drawbridge on the other side. Or there was. Out here somewhere. Which which means there's probably water on this side. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That's the other thing I wanted to do, was actually start working out where the water's going to go, so I can get the river auto material put into the environment to actually start it flowing through this area here. Given this is a highest point here, there is a hill, but you can see, this is real height data, you can see that there is a dip around the castle, around this side, around that. So you can imagine if there is water there, it's probably in a channel, and it would be quite hard to get across that water, across a drawbridge that's up. And you've got a very high wall with towers with arches and all sorts of stuff happening here on this side of the... sorry, that's the drawbridge there. It'd be quite hard to storm the castle from this side if all you've got is a 30-foot high wall. Alright, what's going on with that? Well, that looks a bit sketchy. Anyway, right. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I think what I want to start doing is pulling in those towers. Right. Done with the tablet. Right. Where's my project inspector? There it is. Actually, no, I don't need the console. Put that in there. Alright. Take it off terrain. Don't need to be working with terrain anymore. Okay, that's better. And I might start with this this gate here, which is in this. This is the key gate. I think it's called the key gate. Water gate, sorry. The water gate, which looks to have like a smaller tower on one side, and then you've got actually an entrance through this sort of crenellated tower, and with a small section of wall between them. So that's what I've kind of represented with this portcullis thing here, is just to say that this is the entrance through. Probably they would have some sort of portcullis coming down through that. But actually that tower is probably more likely to be actually this thing here. It's probably going to be more like this, but with the portcullis in it. These objects are about to disappear, so as soon as I start bringing in these proper assets, I can start removing these blocks. Right. Are they in this project? Certainly the 3D Forge ones are. Did I put them in this project? That's the question. I may need to re-import them. Scenes. You know what? I've actually got a backup of the scene that has, I think, all these assets in it. It was throwaway. It was a prototype. So it was very heavy because I'd overloaded the scene and I wanted to see how it performed with that model in it, and it needed optimization, but I think it might give you a sense of what I'm aiming for, if it will load. Of course, the other thing is it using models that are still in this project? I'm not sure. Some are. Actually, this isn't the total heavy one because it's missing all the walls. I've already taken the walls out at this point. I think these packs here, these buildings that I'd thrown in quickly, were the 3D Forge ones. So you got some stables, you got the Smithen Street. So you got the blacksmith type deal going on here, and yeah, that's kind of what I was playing with. I think this is when I was just getting the player character thing sorted out. We've got some inns, but I had another model that was very heavy, which had all the other packs in there. What I think I want to do at this point is throw away this project, take the Exeter scene. I hope I saved that. I really hope I saved that previous one. This will be a test. Otherwise I'll have to repaint all those roads on. Oh no, I did, thank God. Right, I think what I want to do is take this scene and this scene only with its assets, like the maps and these blocks. Get it out of this project, throw this project away, and then take this scene into my main development project so that I can put the characters into it and I can start actually getting the right elements into it. So I think that's what I want to do here. I'm going to turn this stuff on so that I can see it, so I know that it's there and I know it's complete. And I've got the streets on there so I can see that's the version that I've worked with, so I'm happy with all that. And I'm going to export this scene and then kill off this project. Well, I'm going to take it in the other project, then I'm going to kill off this one because this project had all sorts of other crap in it that was causing problems. So I just want to. This is where all my hard work has gone into, is getting the terrain and the boxes right. Then in the other pack, I'll bring in the detailed medieval castle and the medieval village, and I can start populating this in the other project, which is where it will. That's its final destination. Is in that project. That's where I'm bringing everything together. Right, so take the scene. I want to export that assets. I want to export a package. Just bringing up an export window. Just going to leave these pictures off to the side because I need them for reference. It's just taking a while. Okay, while this is working, I am going to quickly bring up the asset pack that I'm going to be using to build the city. Well, some of the city, not all of it. Oh, they've got demo models in that one. Okay, so these are the 3 packs that I've bought from Astrofish Games. Detailed medieval castle, I quickly showed you. Detailed medieval village, which is a lot of the sort of quirky looking vertical buildings. A lot of this stuff actually, this black timber on the outside is actually Tudor, which is well after this period of time. But I like the quirkiness of this, and I think it looks really good. I just want to make sure that these sorts of buildings will look okay when they're blended with 3D Forge buildings. And I think it's going to be a bit of a hodgepodge of all sorts of medieval stuff, because I think that's probably what happened during at the time. It's not all going to be the same. It's not going to be a cookie cutter thing back in medieval times. It's going to be someone's found some wood and they've made a thing, and someone else has found some stone and they've made a thing. And some of them have fallen down and been rebuilt. Got this medieval well thing here, which is also very nice. It's got some very nice props around it, and there's going to be water. Obviously, there would be water collection points throughout the city, so that will be useful. So really what I want to do is sort of populate Exeter with the bits that I want out of these 3 packs, put them in the city, see how it looks, see how the city walls look, see how it performs when you're sort of just in editor mode, before I fill it up with lots of other buildings, because I may need to do some optimization before I go and add in a whole lot more buildings. Yeah, so that's the plan. This one is going to be the Exeter Castle, even though Exeter Castle probably never looked like this. It will be in Zarktor's realm. It'll be elements of this. It'll be sections of these buildings that I think fit within the footprint of Exeter Castle at the top. And then I'll use some of these wall sections to create these two inner walls around the castle, and then some bigger sections to actually build out the city walls, and then put in the towers and the portcullises and things like that. And as I said, the city walls prop that's in this detailed medieval castle, you can walk along the top of it. If you join them up well, you can walk along the top from one section to another, go down in a staircase inside the city tower, come out through that side. This side has all rock formations on it, so you can't get in from the outside. And there are pathways inside the city wall, staircases, and all sorts of interesting things inside all this, all the way around. So potentially you could get all the way around the city, inside the city walls, or on top of the city walls to some extent. And the trick that I found with it was to try and break it into small enough sections that you could join it, because obviously at this point it gets very, very steep and it's kind of drops down. And if you don't line up these meshes properly, you don't line up these props, these prefabs, if you don't line them up, then the staircases don't join and you can't move from this section of wall to this section. But I had a great time sort of exploring, jumping them all in there and having a look at how it looked, and I was quite impressed. So that's what I'm aiming for this time around, to do it a bit more cleanly, take my time with it, and to get it to a point where that environment, at least the city walls are done, the castle is pretty much done, and I can then pepper in all these other points of interest. And these will obviously be locations where you'll be interacting with NPCs, gaining access to below ground areas, such as, you know, a catacomb that sits underneath the cathedral or underneath a particular church, the graveyard, which I think is just going to be outside the city wall here, and obviously the stable, the barracks, the dungeon underneath the castle. There's a whole, you could build a whole game around just this city. This is just going to be one location, but it's probably going to be a fairly central location in the game. So that export probably was a bad idea. I think it's going to take forever to do that. Anyway, what I may do, because I'm reasonably happy that this is saved, yes it is, I'm going to restart my other project up, and I'm going to import these assets so that they are ready to go, and then I just need to import this scene into it, and then I can bring the two things together. So it's about integrating all these pieces. See, I'm really impressed with this detailed medieval castle. They have the structures here. They've got a low poly styled version of this as well. I really like this version. I think it's just looks fantastic. And it's got a lot of elements in it. Like, you look at the list of prefabs. Here you go. So you can see what I mean about the city walls. You can build It's like Lego. I know I loved Lego as a kid. Okay, so here's towers, and you can see that they've got various levels of passageways branching off from the tower. So obviously the staircase goes up inside here to the top, and on this particular tower you've got 4 possible passageways out. If you line them up with one of these walls that has 4 possible walkways. So inside here these walkways go across. Sometimes they've got staircases up and down in them. So it's about lining up these segments around the Exeter wall with the right towers at the right heights, and having these ports line up so that you can move around the whole city wall. And I had some reasonable success just by sort of fiddling with this to be able to get around there. But there were obviously some areas where you'd have to slope and angle the wall so it's not completely flat. It would not be level. It would be slightly on a slight incline so that it's going up the hill. And I don't know quite how to solve that yet. I don't really want them stepping up. I think I'm going to have to do them on a slight incline just to make it work. But certainly that's the city walls. You've got some really nice rocks here that will be obviously on the outside of the wall to make sure that attackers don't try and get up the city. So the wall will be on top of this stuff. And then you've got sort of tower sections with these staircases in there, which look great. They're really, really great. This pack is huge, by the way. It's absolutely massive. You can see you've got these sort of segments of corridor with staircases that can lead down into a dungeon. You may not see it from the outside, but you certainly may from the inside of the castle follow this path down into another dungeon. You open a door and it loads another level where you're then in a randomized dungeon environment. So that's the plan. Right, this is what I was talking about with the windows. I think I may knock the glass out of these because I don't think 500 AD they would have had the glass, but I'll see what it looks like. It's a question of how true to history am I trying to be, or am I trying to just overthink it? But I do like these sort of open arched windows. I think that's more Dark Ages than this. This is more certainly post William the Conqueror time, Gothic, 1600s maybe. Some great sections of wall, some really nice window sections, these sort of crossbow windows, archers windows, corner sections. And if you look at Exeter's walls as they are today, I've got quite a lot of information on this because I did my research. So this is an actual survey that they did of a section of wall in Northern Hay Gardens. So I can probably locate where that is on this map. But they actually did an assessment on the age of the walls and who did what when. And you can see right at the base is the Roman wall that was then late Saxon period, 10th century, was added on top there. And it's all been sort of added on, and it's all the patchwork quilt of different types of stonework. But you can see, every now and again there's an arch through there. You can see how it sort of steps down because it's obviously on a slope. I think this might be on, I think this is behind the castle, Northern Hay Gardens. So the castle's here, and this is the wall section that then goes steeper down here. It goes off here, and you're heading sort of on the map. I think you're sort of coming down this side, looking from the outside. I think that's Northern Hay Gardens there. So if you imagine that's what I'm trying to model with this stuff. And there's some more tower sections, so the towers are going to be nice. There's these wall sections, floor sections as well. And yeah, these assets are just top quality. Brilliant. and that's the full set, which is just incredible. And that's the castle set. So the other set is the medieval village, which has the same sort of art style or similar sort of art style, and see if I can get the realistic pack. Yeah, there we go. And again, you can see the scale that this is on. It's very modular. It is basically Lego. The roof sections, you can take any one of these buildings, and if it's the right floor plan, it'll fit on top. But you can see that it's not traversable. It's not got a staircase inside. So I think a lot of them are for look. A lot of them are to look at from the outside. They're not necessarily to go into, but I know some of them, I don't think it's in this pack, but maybe some of them are traversable inside. Okay, so there's some open ones. You can make it by building walls on the outside. So I might build some prefab buildings with these pieces and then drop those buildings in multiple places. But yeah, you've got floorboards, you've got walls, you've got roofs, you've got arches. As I said, this is Tudor style timber. I don't care. I'm going to put it in the game anyway. I think it looks awesome, even if that wasn't around in 500 AD. I think this stuff just looks incredible. The PBR materials, that looks like rock, that looks like rope, that looks like timber, that looks like metal. Brilliant. Really, really good. The windows, again, they've got glass, but it's very very messy. You don't need to see in. It illustrates that it's got some form of windows. Probably illustrates how dark these buildings would be inside. And it's got all this water texture and rubbish strewn everywhere, which I suspect probably would have been a thing back then. Certainly in the cheaper areas of the city, it's going to be more messy than it will be up in the richer parts near the castle. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is bring these two packs and maybe even the third pack, which is the medieval wells. This is a smaller pack, but it does have some very nice wells and props. So this is sort of fillers, and stair segments, step segments. It's got some sort of odd trees, and there's just some nice. I think this is the demo scene that they provide. So you can make something quite interesting with just this scene. They've made that free now, which is quite interesting. I bought it, but they've actually made it free. It's good enough. I don't mind paying for it. It's fine. All right, so I'm back in my main project, and I've still got the Exeter export happening in the other scene. Depending on how long that takes, we're now 4.5 hours into a session. That export may take a lot longer, because it's looking at all the dependencies and things that are in that project. So I may not be able to get that exported in this session, but I'll certainly try and get that across for tomorrow's stream. In the meantime, I'm going to bring in the medieval castle. Actually, I've already got it there. I've already brought it in. I already have it in the scene. Yeah, I do, because we talked about it and I demonstrated it. I don't think I've got the medieval the props. Or have I? No, I haven't got the props. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to grab that package, and I may have hidden it because that's my way of managing assets that I'm not actively working on at the moment. Okay. This one here, let's unhide that. It should then turn up in this list. I've probably got over the last 2 years, I've probably purchased about 800 assets, 800 packs off the asset store. Some of them are free, some of them are not purchased, but I don't know if it's going to hidden assets. No, sorry, 930, so nearly 1,000 assets. So it's taken quite some time to accumulate. I've spent quite a lot of my pocket money on these assets, and I buy them when they're on special. So usually I'm paying half price for them, but I bookmark them and I manage my money to buy the ones I want. And it's all around Zarktor's realm, so they're all basically being accumulated to fill a need for this game. So I don't think I've got too many in here that are not, I don't think I've got any tank or car ones in here. They're all basically all usable in Zarktor's realm. There's a couple that aren't. This female cyber tower girl thing, I was looking at this character as to whether or not I could use it in a medieval sense by using the underlying mesh, because it's got some very good facial rigging. I don't think I can. There's too much embedded in it that's cyber futuristic. But I wanted the model anyway. It's HDRP. I'd have to do a lot of work to convert that to URP to make it look half reasonable, and then I'd have to basically take the clothing and completely change it and remodel it. But at least the underlying mesh is really well done, and the facial features is what I was really interested to see what I could do with lip sync and things. So I'm still working on trying to make that into a playable character. Anyway, so let's grab this one, medieval. Let's download it. Medieval wells and props. And let's get that in there, and then those packs are, well, I can make sure that they're ready in URP and get them ready to plug into the Exeter scene once I get that exported. It's still producing the export package. I know it does work because I've done it before, but it just takes a while. Okay, probably don't need all of these. Okay. This scene's very heavy because I've got all the player characters. I think this is going to be all the player characters I'm going to have in the game. There'll be a lot more NPCs, but I'm not going to bung them in this scene. I'm going to limit it to this for the moment. I might in fact take the NPCs out because they don't need the same components as the other ones. In fact, yeah, I'll do that now because the reason for this scene is to wire up these characters the same way. I don't need the horse. That's a prefab now. I can take that out. NPC, the Reaper's done. And this guy, I'm a little bit disappointed with the fact that he's not got a mouth jawbone rig. Looks pretty good. I think it's called Knighthood. No, it might be something else. Anyway, so I'm just disappointed that he doesn't have a mouth rigged. Otherwise, he'd be a talking character. He'd be a talking NPC. Looks good. It just isn't going to work unless I give him a helmet. Anyway, here's a prefab. I can come back to that later. All right. So what I'm left with are basically the players. playable characters. So I think what I want to do is get them. Yeah, I'm going to move them around. Just put them in their pairs, because they, by the fact that there's one of each sex and there's one of each class, I want to just see that I've got them paired up. Okay, I might put her behind because she's got the huge wings. This might allow me just to start thinking about how I can do the character creation screen, actually, because these characters are all going to have to pop in and out of the viewport as the player chooses which character to play as. So I'm going to have at some point these being able to be selected. She's special because she's not. She's it's a bit like Warcraft, where you've got certain classes that you can choose and certain races you can choose, and sometimes the options are a bit limited with what you can do. Alright, so we've got the knight. I'm going to make this guy, even though he's from a different artist, I'm going to make him the male equivalent of the female knight. And I've got the warrior male and the female warrior there, and then there's this huntress type, which I'll put in there. Okay, so I might need to add a couple of more male characters of a different class, maybe just to provide a more balanced set of options, but it's not bad. Okay, so I'm just going to tidy this up a bit. Okay, let's go and have a look. All right. Why is she hovering? That's not right. She shouldn't be up that high. Kind of arranging them a little bit like it's a party or something. I don't know. Get a view where I can see them all in the same viewport. Somewhat. Certainly going to be a heavy scene if they're all loaded at once, and without some degree of optimization. I'd need to do some decimation of the meshes to reduce them down a bit, I think, for a scene like this. They don't need all the detail at this level. Okay, so what's going to go on at the back there? There's still more to go. I can see the sort of pattern that I'm creating now. Space it out a bit more. Actually, I want to move them out because they've got this huge weapons in the way. She's got these huge wings. Yeah, okay. That's going to obscure things unless it's in the middle. Oh. Okay, I think these two need to be in the middle. Okay, I'm going to put her at the front here because that'll pair up with the hunter, even though it's not a hunter, just as an equivalent. And then these two, I'm going to hide the weapons, I think, just because they take up too much space in the picture. Right, I think that will work a little bit better. And then these two can come into the picture. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Probably want to collapse them in a bit more. Get rid of that. And see if I can frame them. Squeezing, guys. Photograph. Okay. He's too high. We need to change the height on all these. Why? So why the height? Yes, it is. So grab all that lot. Put them all at 0. Okay. That's not bad. Not bad. Helmet up. Okay, they're all standing in T-pose, which is not great for a photo shoot, but it's it'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. All right. I'm sort of just thinking through how I might use this sort of thing as a character selection screen, user interface, whether you get to see all these characters in their garb when you're choosing them. It could be a close-in on the face, it could be a number of things, but I think at this point it's quite a nice idea that they're on sort of a carousel and you're pressing, the left D-pad or something, and it's scrolling through and presenting, bringing one character to the front. That's your selected character, and you press the D-pad and it rotates them around and you get the next character in the picture with some stats on the side, which would then, allow you to see the class and everything else. And then you're selecting that character, and then you're obviously working to customize it, and but when you start the game, obviously you're not equipped fully like these are. You would be starting out as level 1 newbie. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that works pretty well. I might just... I think it needs a background. I think it needs the environment brought back in, the walls and things, which in this level are pretty nasty. They're pretty bright. Let's save that scene. So this export is taking a long time. I'm going to let that run overnight, I think. Hopefully it finishes and I'll sort it out, try and get it ready for the next session, for the next stream tomorrow. In the meantime, let's see if I can get this character creation screen sort of thing at least prototyped here. We're not worried about that. We don't really need the barrel on camera. We don't need the barrel on camera. The camera is what's doing the post-processing, so we do need that. Now the environment actually is the walls here and the floor have all come from Quang Fan as one of his demo scenes. So because I took it out of HDRP, it's got issues with lighting. The lighting is horrible. It's way too bright on these. It's very glary. So what I'm thinking is to replace the background altogether and just get rid of these walls. Have them in a more nature background, sort of nature environment. I think I'll do for the moment. I'm hesitant about removing the floor for the moment because of what happened when I did the demo yesterday. In play mode, the characters fall through the floor immediately, and the you need to have the ground there in some respect. What's going on here? Blink editor. Why has that done that? Hierarchy favorites. Why did that stuff up? Hierarchy should be down there. That's better. And then that should be on the side. Like that. That's better. So I think what I want to do with these is to give them a different texture or something. Just darken them. They're just far too bright. That's better. It's a big improvement. Yeah, a huge improvement already. Just as a starting point. Now what would be very nice is to actually bring in put them in the medieval castle environment. Might even work a bit better. Alright, so one of the things you can do is you can take a scene and import it into an existing scene and have it pull assets across from one scene to the other, which I find quite useful. So let's see if I can. Oh, monkey, come on. Let's see if I can get that working. So buildings, medieval castle. Actually, Lordenfels are great. Yeah, I'm going to use Lordenfell. It's ruins. Use the Sky Fortress just as a starting point. Okay, find a nice place to put them. Could be anywhere really. That could work, something like that. Okay. Let's copy that scene to the root and call this character selection. Put that in my favorites list so it appears up here. And again, this is just prototyping it. This won't be the final. This is just trying to get a sense of what this thing's going to look like in terms of choosing characters. So I'm going to use that scene. This becomes character's going to load that screen. That's better. Character selection. And I'm going to the camera. I don't think's got all the same post-processing on it that the other one has. So I'm going to go. Actually, I'm going to use that one. Then fell Sorry, did that the wrong way around. Should have made that the character creation screen. Character selection screen, rather. Okay. Lord N fell. Okay. I want to use this scene, and I want to bring the background in behind everything. And I want to keep the camera and post-processing volumes in this scene, because I quite like the way that I've got them working here. And I can get rid of this other stuff. Okay, zoom in, gotcha. Alright. I think it's time to get rid of that, and time to import the other one. Now I think I just go drag that in there. There we go. That's going to be a bit heavy. It's okay. I'm going to group them. Characters. And I'm going to look at Lord and Fell, and I'm going to grab a location on the ground and basically move these characters to it. Now, Lord and Fell looks horrible in this lighting, so I need to fill around with the lighting a bit. See if I can get that same. Where was it? Where was it? I think it might have been. Yeah, that was kind of it. Yeah. I'll fiddle with the lighting in a minute. I just want to get the characters in. That'll do. Take that transform position. Take the players. Where are you, players? Characters. And paste the transform. Hopefully this will work. Where did you go? There they are. Awesome. And yeah, definitely the scene is very bright, but I know it's bright because I have deliberately made it bright to be able to work on the characters. They are under the ground because it used the same as the rocks, so I'm going to bring them up, and I probably need to position them a bit better. And they're actually rotated by the look of it too, so that's odd. So the rotation, which rotation is happening here? Kind of want to sort this out. Okay, that's that way, so we want to rotate that to be 0. To be 0. No, that's going to be the one we play with. That'll be 0. Okay. And then we're rotating this way. I don't think they're underground. I think it's the fact that the trees and bushes are in front of them. Okay. All right. And she needs a bit of rotation. He needs a bit of rotation. Come on. And his weapon's in the way of the other guy. That's not good. You step back a bit. Okay, move him in. Okay. Now, when I'm in play mode, I want these to basically be in an idle animation. So I'm going to need to fix that up because I know there's going to be issues with these guys falling through the ground and a whole lot of other buggy stuff that I need to sort out. All right. Now, I want to take this scene and I want to copy, not this, Actually, that works a bit better. That global post-process volume is very heavy, but I can fiddle with that. We've got a terrain. We need the terrain. The directional light, I think, is doubling. Okay, the directional light's doubling up on the other lighting that I already had. It's not doing anything at the moment. This post-processing volume is... Okay, so that's what's doing the chromatic aberration at the side of the screen, which I quite like. We've got the main camera here, which I'm going to ignore. We've got the rocks. See, a lot of what's out of view isn't needed for the character creation screen, so I might be able to just strip away a lot of this stuff and just have a little bit of background, just to provide something interesting. Okay, so I think what I might do then is directional. I'm going to put that back in. I want to duplicate that, and I want to bring it into this scene, and then I want to unload that scene. Okay, so now I've got it all in. So the Lordenfell scene is actually not loaded anymore. I've got my own local stuff, and I can now start fiddling with lighting and all that stuff. Okay, it's not looking too bad. It's a little bit bright. I've got two sets of post-process volumes there that probably shouldn't be there, so I'm going to have to merge them somehow. I've got multiple cameras. The cameras are not my concern at the moment. Task Atlas is... I don't need that running. That's project management stuff for me to figure out later, to keep track of the activities that I've got to do. And that's going to auto-generate because the routines are doing that. I'm going to actually get rid of the Lordenfell scene. I'm going to remove it from this sub-scene anyway. Okay, superposition, I don't need that. Task Atlas 1, I don't need. I've got it already. The architecture, a lot of the stuff behind the camera I don't need, but I might just hide it rather than delete it from the scene. I've got vegetation, I've got rocks, I've got a main camera, so I want to move all the camera stuff together. And the lighting stuff. Okay, this environment floor thing was the original Quang Fan, and get rid of that now. I don't need that at all. I'm going to save this. And I'm going to get rid of this scene here completely. I don't need it as a duplicate anyway. Alright. Now the Balron 3D camera, I don't really need that. The main camera I don't need. Post-process volume is the thing that's just a little bit too bright. I will play with that. I've got the lighting and other lighting. So I'm going to put the directional light in there. We've got terrain. Post-process global volume. Rocks. Vegetation. Architecture. Characters. Task Atlas. Okay. Okay. Out of interest, I'm going to press play and I want to see what this does because I think it's going to break very quickly. I don't know if these have got rigid bodies or gravity. I don't know if they're going to fall through the ground. They're probably going to do what the other character did the other day. It's probably going to take a while to run, but I just want to see if they each go into their idle animations correctly. Whether they stand there, whether they fall through the ground. It is a terrain, and I know these characters previously have been able to play on the Lordenfell scenes. I just might need to do a little bit of fiddling to get that to work. But I just want to see. What I might do rather than do all of them is to just take 2 or 3, hide the rest, just so the scene plays a little bit quicker. And Because if it goes in the idle animation okay, then I'm happier. Okay, got a couple of errors there, some nulls. Okay, that's RPG Builder. So it's looking for RPG Builder components in this world that don't exist, because I haven't got that in this scene yet. Crazy Minnow, this is the salsa, is trying to do something with lip sync on this guy. This is the guy that fell through the floor before, and he's got a problem. So we know there's something up with that character. This one here seems okay at the moment. And I think if I clear this, let's see if we can get past. Okay, that null reference is going to cause a problem. Doesn't want to get past that because it wants blink. And that's because this character is wired up with blink at the moment. So I don't want to... I'm just going to take her out of it for the moment. And I just want to see if I can get this scene running in idle. Probably shouldn't use this guy because I don't know that he's got an animation on him. Null reference, no cameras. Okay, so that one needs to be on then. I'm going to... Where are we? Female Crusader. I'm going to bring her in. I'm going to take him out. I'm going to take him out because I just want to remove the salsa from the picture, because I know that character's got issues with... it's probably... might be the capsule collider, might be gravity or something with the rigid body. He's fallen over very quickly. So I'm going to take him out. I'm just going to have... This character should have an idle animation. I'm not sure what this one's going to have. Okay, so the camera position is wrong. Which camera is that using? It's using that one. So what I want to do is I want to set that camera's view to where I'm looking now in the game window. Align with view. Okay, that should be better. And I don't think this particular camera's got post-processing on it. Ah, okay, there we go. And her wings are going, and she's fallen over. Okay, all right, let's just start. And he's not got any animation cycles on him, by the look of it. Okay, so I need to fix her. She's falling over because the rigid body, is it gravity? Something like that, I think might be what's causing that issue. There we go. Right, and the camera does have post-processing on it because you're getting this faded into the background, but I actually want the back characters through to the front to be in focus and the background to be faded. So, and the sword's just hovering, so that's not right. I'm going to get rid of the sword and the shield for the moment just to defer that problem for later. I'm going to now bring in these other guys, or some of them, and I'm going to turn off gravity on these just so that they stand still and not mess around. I'm going to take him out because he's not got anything interesting happening. And let's see how these guys are. Whoa, ooh, he's fallen over. Okay, she's doing her idle animation. He's doing his. He's fallen over, so there's something up with him. Barbarian dude, what's up? He's got gravity on, that's why. Male assassin, female assassin. Let's do the same with them. Let's save the scene. Still very bright. It's not optimized by any stretch. And there's a lot of objects in the scene that you don't see that still add to the load. Whoa. That's not right. That's funny. Okay. What happened there? She has actually got her feet below the ground, so I'm wondering if that was part of the issue, perhaps. Let's make these people stand a little bit more where they're supposed to be. I'm doing some real shortcuts here. It's hard to tell exactly. Some of them are hovering, so they'll probably fall like a... I know gravity's not on, but there's all sorts of stuff going to happen. Let's see if that makes any difference. She's floating. She's floating away. Okay, you can see a good thing with this is you're actually able to see the cloth physics and potentially the hair physics. So you can see the movement around hair. It's probably a bit hard to tell because there's the post-processing is putting stuff out of focus, so I need to fix that. All right. Post-processing is on. Now the global post-process volume, there were two of them, and they're both on. All right, let's take off that one for the time being and just see. I think it's important to see what's going on. Okay, everything's now, I think, in focus. It's very bright. She's floating off. I love the way those wings are working. That's really cool. Where are you going, love? I don't know why she's floating off. If I put gravity on, does she stay still or does she fall to the ground? She falls over because it's uneven ground. And that's going to need a little bit of fiddling to get that to work. Rigid body, capsule collider. I'll just turn off the capsule collider for the time being. See if that makes a difference. And she falls through the ground. You need the capsule collider. All right, fiddling. Now, gravity, angular drag, kinematic. Let's see if this... Can't remember what the right settings are for this. Because it's not really a player character at the moment. It's more just a rig. Okay, it's kinematic. She is standing where she should be. Good. I can't see her arm. Why can I not see her arm? Maybe she's standing with it against... Okay. Alright, female mage, where are you? You're there. And let's put kinematic on. So gravity, it sounds like, needs to be on for these. With kinematic on. Let's just double check that that's working.
Dad. Sorry.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, had a emergency with a dog throwing up. Or feeling like it was going to. Alright. Female warrior, she falls over straight away. Okay, so she comes in the picture. Turn on the kinematic. The camera's not quite right. And female hunter. Kinematic. It's interesting that some of these don't fall over, some of them do. I'm going to have to put an idle animation on. I know why that male's fallen over now. The female knight, she's got... Alright, now she's not going to work in this scene at the moment because I've not got the Blink RPG stuff in the scene for the interactions. The world interaction, I need to turn that off, I think. And I'm not necessarily wanting to run the RPG stuff at this point. I'm really just looking at the mesh, how it looks in the scene, and seeing whether or not that actually works. She's too high. I want to bring her back down to 0, even if she is below the ground. That looks a bit weird. That looks too weird. Okay, I'm going to have to fix that. Alright. It's annoying. Okay, I'm going to have to bring him up a bit. Alright. Let's just double check these. Gravity kinematic. Gravity kinematic. Is this all of them? Gravity kinematic player appearance manager. This one may have problems at the moment in this scene. Okay. And this guy. And this guy doesn't have any... I'm going to have to put something on him to give him an animator. Knight errant, he's not doing anything. He's not got a controller. Human rest override. Okay. Third person animation controller. She's alright, he's alright. Okay, let's see, save that and see if we can get them all sitting in the scene, doing their idle thing. Okay, someone's not happy. RPG builder, combat node. Okay, so there's a combat script still running and Salsa is still doing something. And it doesn't want to go past that. Okay, so it's these two characters here now. So the combat script is disable that. And this guy, for the purpose of this, scene, just to get something going for like a demo of the character creation screen, character selection screen, I'm going to disable that stuff on the prefabs just for the time being. Alright. That guy's fallen over again. What is going on, guy? He's got something up with him. Okay, he's doing his idle thing now. He looks alright. They're all doing their breathing. And dude has fallen over with his arms in the air. So he's really busted. I'm going to take the control away. Take the audio source off. We don't need that at the moment. He's still falling over. What is going on? It's got no reference. Okay, the reference script unknown on this behaviour is missing. I wonder. Root motion handled by script, so he's got an animator on him. He's got a capsule collider, which he needs, because otherwise you'll fall through the ground. I wonder if it's the animator. Handled by script. And this one's apply root motion, no. And this one is handled by script. Apply root motion, handled by script. I wonder if that's what's really going on. That's why that's screwing up. No, that's not what I want on this guy. Human rest override. I'm quite happy to redo the salsa thing on this guy because it was just a test to see if I could get it to work. But I'm quite happy to redo all this stuff because it wasn't a lot of work and it was just experimental. Still falling over. What's going on, mate? Something's up. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this dude. I'm going to unprefab him so that I'm not messing too much with the prefab. And I'm going to remove all this crap because something in here is screwing up his environment. I'll just take him back to a very base level. Don't need a third person controller, don't need that. SK male avatar, that doesn't sound right to me. FK avatar, SK avatar, maybe that's right for him. It's not something stupid like he's standing below the ground or he's got his balance off or something. No worse than anyone else. Why are you doing that? I'll select the whole character. There we go. Right. Move you down. Root motion. I wonder if that'll fix things temporarily. No. The guy does not want to stand up. He's had far too much to drink. He just wants to fall over. That's his thing. That's what he does. Why? Why are you doing that? I don't know if it's his... if it's the parameters that he's got on him. Let's compare him to the other characters and just see what's going on. Let's put these in order actually. So female hunters on the left, female warrior, female knight, female assassin, female mage, archer. And these two are actually should be switched. if we're putting all the females on one side. Oh no, because we've got a female here anyway. That's fine. He's fine where he is. It's fine where he is. Stand there, mate. Just make sure you stand and don't fall over. Alright. The male knight. No, we've got the... Alright. Yes, put him in there. And then we've got the female crusader. We've got the male mage warrior, the male assassin, the male knight, the male warrior, and the female necromancer. Right, so they're in the same order now that they are on the screen. So what's the difference between you and you? Other than it's a prefab. A different avatar, which it should have. Okay, I can freeze their position and raise your body. Third person animation controller. Okay, let's give you a third person animation controller, see if I can get you. Probably needs to be the one that's actually associated with you, doesn't it? And you are this one. Animations, animation controller. That's the one. Yes, I think that's right. The male avatar. Okay, male avatar. Let's take the root motion off again, because the others haven't got root motion. Why? Why are you starting on the ground, you idiot? This guy's got a very relaxed pose, because I think he's using Blink RPG Builder's idle animation, which is more of a sort of cartoony, not cartoony, what's low poly type. I think so. I actually would change that to be something else. Let's use Knight Animator Controller. Let's see if that makes a difference with this guy. Gonna need to come back to this dude. Something really busted with him. And you're sitting on the ground. What are you doing down there? Alright, you add third person animation controller for that. I'm going to put you onto you and see if we can get you doing the same thing. Stand like a normal person. That's better. Now you're behaving. And you're not. So, let's see if we can put this controller on the other dude. Just so you stand still. No, he is totally screwed. His helmet stays, because I think the helmet I added, and it's not actually tied in with the armature, so it's not attached in the armature in the right place. If I can get the helmet to follow, the helmet probably needs to be armature parent. I'm just going to do this temporarily. See if I can fix up that issue. I see it's got an SK helmet there already. So maybe that's the one that should be displayed. Helmet root, okay. Alright. Now in theory that he should fall to the ground with his helmet now. There he goes, right. But why? Why are you falling, you idiot? I've obviously done something wrong, so technically I'm the idiot here. But what the hell's going on with you? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Kinematic. Turn the gravity off, leave the kinematic on. I wonder if that's going to make any difference. Nah. And he's standing there and he's doing his idle animation. He's moving, he's breathing, he's blinking even. You're falling asleep, mate. But he's fallen over and his leg's gone through the ground and then he's stopped. So he's not fallen totally through, even though gravity is not there. If I turn the gravity on, now he's fallen through. Whoa, and now he's stopped. So I think it's probably a gravity thing. Turn the gravity off. I wonder if I can move him up, rotate him round. Come back, you idiot. I'm going to reset his position and he's back on the ground. He's got kinematics going. He's got something going. Gravity. Stay where you are. Whoa. He has something going on here that should not be right. Freeze position. Okay. Maybe I can freeze his position. Reset his transform. So there's some effect going on with him that I don't understand at this point. And there's this thing, the reference script unknown on this behaviour is missing. And that concerns me because I don't know where that is. Alright, dude, what's going on? I wonder if I can freeze your position. Collision detection. Discrete, continuous, dynamic, speculative. Now, are the other characters set up non-discrete? It's got mass and drag. It's like there's a physics calculation going on somewhere. I'm going to lock the rest of this environment so I'm not clicking on the terrain. I'm only clicking on the characters now. It's a lot easier to work with. Okay, let's go in and let's see what the hell's going on with you. Why are you going all over the place? You've got freeze position. So you've got some constraints around you now. What's going to happen? Nothing. You've fallen over. Where is this reference script coming from? Can't even tell which character it's from. Okay. So there's a few in there. There's 7. We've got some audio listeners. So there's 2 audio listeners in the scene, so that's fine. I can fix that pretty quickly. I suspect it's because we've got multiple cameras in the scene. And one of them probably shouldn't have... That probably shouldn't... Let's Turn the audio listener off on that one. That should fix that issue. And let's try and debug, because that error might indicate where this is coming from. Okay. So we've got the 7 warnings. We've got no assertions, no assertions, no errors. We've got scene ID map. Hard to tell where that one's from. SI console, is that going to tell us anything more? Okay, static lighting sky is missing. Scene ID map is missing. And then they've got these reference scripts. Alright, let's take a look through that character again and just make sure that he's got scripts. If he's got a script, it's there and it's not missing completely. Culling mode always out of mate. Okay. Let's go through his hierarchy and just see if there's anything on him that is a script that's missing. Okay, so he's got an animator on his helmet. Aha! Now that is unique to this character, because I think there's an animation on the front of his helmet that swings out. I'm going to take the helmet off to try and isolate whether that's part of the cause of this. Skin mesh renderer. Okay, so that's there. Okay, so then that's all hidden. These are all meshes. Oh, sorry, they're all armatures. I'm just pressing the right arrow, which is going down in the hierarchy and moving down the page. Those kinematics. Okay. We're going to add LOD groups for eyes. That shouldn't do anything funny. So you've got 2 sets of eyes in there. Right, left eye and a right eye. Okay, what did I do with that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I think I did that before I did the other thing. So that's using eye advanced. And these are using eye advanced as well. I actually don't think I need them at all. Okay, upper body, hands, lower body. Style. Again, he's getting his hair. This is the thing I've seen again and again. He's getting his hair from the female knight, which is not right. He should be getting it from Raven's materials. And the main materials for hair dyed. Raven's 2 materials, character's hair. Hair's dyeing. Okay. Alright. Now the beard is in my beard, that's fine. Okay, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. None of this is going to affect the fact that he's falling over at the moment we start the scene. But I do think there's something somewhere in here that's not what it should be. I don't know if it's something I've done wrong somewhere. I've broken it and I've not found where it is yet. Okay. Now we got this cloth. We got this cloth routine on the material to make it move. So that's going to be doing some physics. It's tethered and it's using gravity. So that can interfere with, well, it can certainly have an effect on it, but it is turned off, so the cloth isn't rendering. But I don't know if that means that this routine still runs in the background, does the physics in the background. Either way, I don't think it's causing this reference script unknown issue. Pauldrons, chest swaps. Okay, it's got the Crusader shirt tabard, which also has the physics on it. Can't turn that off because he's using it. He needs it because he ain't got a body underneath at the moment. So I'm just looking for something on him that is a script that shouldn't be there, or it's referencing something that shouldn't be there. Failing that, you know, the other thing I can do here is to turn off all the other characters for the time being and just see which warnings we get. Because of course it could be that these reference script errors are actually on the other characters and not on him. Okay. Alright, so I'm still getting 7 errors, so it doesn't seem to matter whether they are... you know what, those 7 errors, they might be to do with the environment too. They're not necessarily to do with characters. Some of them are scene issues. Alright, so let's turn off the architecture and the vegetation and the rocks. Clear and run, see if we can isolate what's really going on. Okay, he's lying there. I see that the tabard is it flicked up. So I'm wondering if, because the tabard is a cloth thing and it might be conflicting with or doing some collision with the sword and throwing physics into his body, which is throwing him into a fit. I'm wondering if it's something like that, because the sword I don't think should necessarily be there. I'm going to turn the tabard off and see if he stands still, because that'll prove whether it's that. Nope. Good try, but no cigar. Okay. Where's your tabard? There it is. J-mail shirt. Yeah, okay. What's going on? Why is that happening? Use gravity. I'm going to turn the cloth off. I just want to exclude things that are messing with this. He starts on the ground. He doesn't even fall over. He starts rotated on the ground. Why? Why are you doing that? Update went off screen. Let's go back to top. Something's up, mate. Something's up. Now you need a capsule collider, otherwise you're going to fall through the ground, I'm pretty sure. No, you don't. So that is interesting. Okay, so is it something to do with the rigid body? So I've just reset it. See, it's got a world centre of mass. I'm wondering if something's... Now he's fallen through. Okay, I need to force you to stand still, you idiot. Collision detection. dynamic. It's a process of debugging. It's trial and error. I probably will have to look at the documentation to see what. And there he goes. And there his feet go. And he's coming back. Yep. So some rotation. Some sort of rotation happening on him. Is it because of that? You know, has he got gravity on one foot? He's falling through with the other one, and then he's starting a rotation cycle that shouldn't be there. Is he, you know, is that a factor? Because he was falling over in the other scenes that were totally flat as well. Nope, he's doing the same exact thing. So, discrete, I think is what I had. Kinematic, that fixed it for one of the other characters. Turn the gravity off. And you're just sitting there now, but you're not rotating because there's no kinematic forces. Half the body is under the ground. The foot is not. So the foot is anchored. And I suspect that position between the feet is on 0, is on the terrain. That would be the origin for that mesh, and it's stuck there. But why did he start out that way? Is there some rotation that's being applied? He looks like he knows the answer. You do, don't you? You know the answer. Why? But you're just not telling me. Angular drag. Angular drag. Mess. I don't want to mess too much with this because I'm going to need the rigid body to be there. Alright, let's look at the other character. Aha! Center of mass. This guy's got a 200, I'm assuming that's kilograms, 200 kilograms center of mass on X and Y, and a negative on 10. And these others have 0. How the hell did you get that? And why can't I edit it? Okay. Something screwy with your... Okay. Why can't I modify your rigid body? I'm going to create a new rigid body. And you can't do that. I'm going to remove that rigid body. Add it again. And it's added the same values in. That's interesting. Okay. Time to Google. At least I know what's special about this one. Okay, so Unity, rigid body, world center of mass. Read only. Automatic center of mass calculations. Okay, yeah, it sort of smells like this. Center of mass are produced meant to stop the automatic calculation of some residents indicating the case when running debugs. Right, it will be calculated automatically from all the colliders attached to the body. So it's to do with the colliders. Now, are you sure you actually set the center of mass in the object? If you have and it's still doing this, I'd report it as a bug. Colliders, compound colliders. Well, we've got multiple colliders because he's got stuff happening with his helmet. Or he did have. You know what? I'm going to remove the helmet, I think. Skin mesh renderer. That's all fine. That's to do with just the rendering of the look. That's got an animator on it because it's opening up the helmet front. I'm going to get rid of that completely because it's in here. It's already here. Okay. So, can we... It's got a rigid body there. Kinematic. Constraints. So do those numbers recalculate when I play? Do they change? Yes, some of them do. So the world centre of mass has changed. Why? Centre material, non-physical material is trigger. Edit collider. Is it to do with his collider? Looks like a normal character collider to me. Perfectly normal. Okay, is it a trigger? No, not necessarily. Material? No. Center. We can move the collider. Change the height of it. We can change the direction of it. And it's the same as the other character here. So the other character's got 0 inertia, whereas this guy's got... Actually, he's reset now. So the inertia's gone, but he's got a massive centre of mass that's offside. So he's got 200 kilos of X, 200 kilos of Y, and minus 10 of Z. How do you get rid of that? Where did it come from and why is it there? And how do you get rid of it? Date mode, animate physics. Trial and error. And I might have to refer to the doco. No. Okay. Do I need to rebake him or something? Don't really want to be messing with an API at this point. Shouldn't need to. World centre of mass. From all the colliders attached to the rigid body, so it suggests that there's some other rigid body collider in this mesh. After a centre of mass is after custom centre of mass is set, it will no longer be recomputed automatically to revert back to the original rigid body reset centre of mass. Okay. Maybe that's what I need to do to fix this guy. A car with a lower centre of mass is less likely to topple over. Sure. Shouldn't really need to do it with player characters though. Seriously? Should be able to set that value somewhere in here, surely. Void reset center of mass. Alright, I'm going to create some code. New script. Reset center of gravity. Never know, I might need this script on other things. Interestingly, this export has actually, while that's doing that, this export for this scene has finally come up. This is the Exeter map. And why it's taken so long is of course it's pulled in a lot of assets that don't need to be there. They're not used by this scene at all. So I was sort of hesitant at doing this. And that's why it's taken so long, is it's pulled in all this other rubbish. I don't want it. What I want is what's left in the scene. So what I'm going to actually do here in this, let's make sure it's the right project, Exeter. I've got a backup copy of this project anyway, but I'm going to get rid of all the 3D Forge assets completely. And I'm literally going to just hack away at this and remove stuff that doesn't need to be. Oh, I'm going to check stuff out first. It doesn't need to be in the scene. It should. Not connected to version control. Ah, okay. Need to rehook this up to version control in order to get rid of that stuff. Right. Jumping around all over the place now. Could not connect. Could not start the project directory. Why? Why am I having these issues at the moment? Mode. Don't need the Exeter project to be under version control at this point. I've got backups of it. Right, can I now modify this stuff? Yes. Good-o. So yeah, when I export this scene, it should be a lot quicker when all the other crap's been removed from this project. So this is just literally my way of speeding up this export process and only exporting the terrain. Hopefully the terrain texture is kept, a couple of the images and these blocks, which are all sort of embedded in this scene. That's all I want out of this project. Meanwhile, back to this guy. Okay, let's grab this script. And we're looking for that. I don't need an update. I only need to do an update once. I actually need to put that in a routine. Call it reset center of mass. Call. And then actually, do I even need to do any of this? Do I need to? can I put this somewhere else? Because that's all I need. I think that's all I need. That's all I need to do. Unknown symbol. Okay. Because it needs rigid body. It needs to be on the rigid body. Reset center of mass. I'm wondering if I just attach that to... Why am I having to do any code? That's the problem. Shouldn't need to have any code to reset his bloody world center of mass. Somehow that's got screwed up. Yeah, no, it's coded right. I haven't got all the pieces I need for that. I really don't want to be writing code just to reset some values on this guy. It's very messy. Alright, back to this one. Don't need that. All sky, don't need that. I know there's a lot of stuff in there, I don't need it. Don't need that because I'm not putting any vegetation in this scene at this point. This guy's now okay. Get rid of that script. Very surprised you can't force that center of gravity, center of mass, to be recalculated. Inertia tensor. Why does he have, on a reset, why does he have inertia? Might be one of those things where I go back to the base character in the high definition render pipeline project, make sure it's working, just pull him back in again. Or compare that one to this one, see what's different. Something's changed. And it might have been salsa, possibly, because that was the only thing I was really playing with this character. And that and the helmet, putting the helmet on with the animated face mask piece. Okay, I know what's causing him to fall over in the scene. It's this world center of mass. I'm going to come back to this later. World center of mass. That's my note for myself. Turn you off, turn you guys on. Turn this on. And work a bit more on that scene. While I concurrently try and get this export going on with this one. Okay. Alright, we need the terrain auto stuff because that's, I think, providing the paint texture on this this terrain. I need that. The scenes, I don't think there's a lot of stuff in there. Procedural worlds is going to be pretty heavy with all this other stuff. But I don't think I need ambient skies. Gina. I need Gaia, basically. And Flora, I think, comes with Gaia. And this doesn't have to be a usable scene. I just need the terrain and the textures on the ground and the building props. So basically just the scene. I just don't want anything else making this export too heavy. Nature, okay, the nature manufacture is very, very heavy. There's all sorts of stuff in here. I don't need any of it in this project, so I'm going to delete that whole lot. Okay, back to this one. Alright, so in theory these folks should stand there, do their idle animation, be happy. Cool. That works quite well. Still got some scripts happening somewhere. Static lighting sky. Okay, that's got to be something on this dawn thing here. Static lighting. Actually, I might be able to look at that. Might be able to search static lighting sky lightings. GPU baked in direct. Okay, settings, environment. Directional light. Do you want it with the light on? Do want to try and do it with the post-processing, but I think what I need to do is change the camera's focal length. This camera is not the one that it's using, it's actually using this one. So what I want to do is take that camera, disable it, enable this one, but have it view this viewport. Align with view. And let's see if we can get that to run. Obviously not. That camera is not working. It's a prefab. Okay, I might convert that back out. Not necessarily going to be using this Balron third person camera. It's one that came with the Quang Fan models, but I've got other cameras I'm going to be using. For the purpose of a character selection screen, it might be a bit customized anyway. Okay, so I'm going to try that. There are several cameras in the scene, they're obviously not right. Which one is it using? I think it's using something completely different. What's going on here? Alright. Turn that off. Main camera. Okay, that's got its own. I think that's the one that comes with Lord and Fell because it's got because it's based on the Lord and Fell model. Looking at it, I'm going to take this one back out, turn that on, and just work with that for the time being. Right. Dawn shader, Balron third person controller, camera collision. Okay, that's fine. It's got some script that's getting called in the camera collisions. I'm going to probably end up getting rid of this camera script anyway because I'm not going to be using it at all. The view, it's definitely got the post-processing effects on there. See with the sparkles, see with the focal length of the camera, which is not even, I think it might be sort of focusing, certainly not right. Where's our focal length here? Field of view and clipping panes and it's going to be in the post-processing volumes, and we've got a couple in here. There's this one as well. I think it's going to be this one here. Yeah. Okay, so that's in focus. That's adding. You can see it's fuzzying out the background, so it's to do with this post-processing. Global post-processing volume. Okay, I'm going to call that lighting and cameras, camera effects. I'm going to get rid of this. I just want to get the Balron camera out of the picture. We've got a directional light that's very, very bright. But it's actually lighting up the armour and things. And we've got this post-processing one, which is producing some light. So we've got multiple post-processing volumes in here. That needs to be converted. I'm unpacking that. Put these in there. Global post-processing volume. It sounds like we've got 3 of them. Volume 2 and volume 3. I have to compare them and see which ones I want to keep. Alright. It's got a different position. That one's way out there. So I suspect that post-processing volume was actually to do with the Lord and Fell environment. That one is got some very bright lighting going on in it, and this one environmental lighting. Let's just make that lighting in cameras. Effects. Okay, so we put our main camera in there. We put our lighting in there as well. Characters. Come back to the characters. Okay. Okay. Let's see what that looks like now when we run it. See if we can get rid of some of these errors. Okay, it's improved. There's one error, which is coming from the Balron third-person controller, which is probably attached to one of these characters. It's doing a collision awake. So I'm at a point now, I think, where I want to dislocate the Balron controller from all of these prefabs, because I'm not going to use it. I'm going to be using Invector. So I think that's where I'm going to start hacking away and removing Balron. The question is, which one is it? It's the Male Crusader. I'm going to have to probably end up resetting him because he's fundamentally busted. Okay, Male Knight special because he's come from a different pack. Okay, so where are you coming from? Camera follow, person, 3D person movements. Something in the environment is calling that. What is it? Could be a script associated with a light or something. Ah, there it is. Okay, so it's on the main camera. Get rid of that. And it should now work without error. Should give some warnings, but it should work without error. That's better. 4 warnings. And if we mess with these post-processing volumes, we should be able to tweak which one of these is the one that's... Okay, so they're in focus now. So it's that post-processing volume 1 that's doing that focal length issue with the camera, which is probably depth of field. It's this thing here, depth of field, which I can't change at runtime by the look of it. I may need to check it out. So these, that's lighting. I wonder if I can... Reflection. I think these reflection probes are actually not relevant to this scene either. Okay, so I'm sort of hacking away at things. I don't think these lights were actually to do with the original Balron scene, so they're not used. The directional light is the sun. It may be too bright. That's probably better. Soft shadows are fine. Okay, let's let that work. The hard shadows make it, they pop a bit more, I think. But the scene is very bright, so I'm going to put that back to soft shadows, I think. And sky and fog volume, it's not using that at all. Okay, so this is the guy I need to play with. Profile. I'm going to create I'm going to clone this one. And just fix up this depth of field. Oh, sorry, that's the chromatic aberration. Bloom's fine. Vignette is fine. Intensity of the vignette. Just a little bit of vignette. Depth of field is what we want. Start and end. Okay. The camera's actually not framed brilliantly either, so let me fix that up. We want to have these in frame. Camera, game object, align with view. And also the other thing is the field of view on the camera is part of this factor. So I'm going to bring that in a little bit more, 60-degree field of view. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a physical one. 60. Okay. Post-processing volume, we should be able to play with that now. And get the focus. Alright, so the characters are in focus, the background is blurred. And I think it's just about getting this start and finish values right. 0 to 90. And start. So you can see the effect that's having there. It's just about getting the values the right way round. Radius. Actually, if you I do want it on. I do want a blur. If the bokeh would work. Okay, that's working better with the bokeh. I think that's how you say it. Depth of field rather than the Gaussian. Because I can then just change the focus distance, which is how far away I want the back character to be. And the tree is starting to come into focus, but the far away distance stuff is not. And then I can play with the aperture a little bit. Actually, you know what? That'd be really cool. That as you're doing the gamepad D-pad change, it's actually changing the focal length and highlighting the character by fuzzing out the other ones and rolling through them. That would be a neat thing, I think. I'd need to experiment with that, but I think that could be quite cool. So you're sort of selecting the characters and fuzzing out the ones that are not selected. And you could pass in the focal distance and the focal length for parameters based on the character that you're choosing, and even pan the camera to the left or to the right so that it brings that character that you've chosen to the center of the screen and pans the camera across. It's a very blurry picture though when it does go out of focus. Let's just see if I can get this Gaussian one working again. Okay, so that's 0. Max radius. Let's set that to 1. Let's move the end out. Okay. It seems to work better with the bokeh rather than the Gaussian for me. Where did I have it before? Aperture, focal length, focal distance. Ah, there we go. Try and find the right distance. It's very fiddly. Ah, that's close. So they're slightly fuzzier at the outside, which I think is to do with the aperture. Okay. I think that's not too bad. It's getting fuzzier and as it gets further and further away. I think that's not too bad. I'm going to copy those component values, take it out of play mode, and then paste that in again. So that should retain it on the next play. He's fallen over. That's to be expected. The hand's gone up. Help me. That's quite funny. I'll leave that in there for the time being. The hand is up in the air. Alright, so I've got 4 warnings. I suspect that they may be related to one another. So it might actually only be 2 issues. I'm quite liking that scene. I think that's quite a good game selection screen. Yeah, he probably is exhausted. I'm certainly exhausted. How far am I into this? Thanks, Kitco. How far am I into this particular game development? Probably about solidly, probably about 6 months work so far. Probably more like 6 to 18 months of pre-planning and accumulating the assets and things, but for the last 6 months it's been pretty much 40 hours a week in my spare time on this thing. This is not a fully designed scene in the game. This is just the Lord and Fell pack that I'm using as a background, a backdrop, effectively for the character creation, character selection screen. If you've watched my previous couple of streams, I've been bringing these characters into this particular project from external projects and making sure the shaders all work. And just this evening, I've been putting them into the into this one scene, trying to get them to stand up properly. This guy is just being a pain. I'm pretty sure I've busted him because he is built by the same artist as most of these other ones, apart from this one. And I know that I did stuff to this character because I added a lip sync software to it. And he was okay in his own project. And when I brought him into this project and I started making him play in the scene, he would immediately fall over. He would still do his mouth lip sync stuff. He still does his own animation cycles, but he just does not want to stand still. And the problem I've found with this character is that his rigid body has this massive world center of mass value that I cannot get rid of. I cannot edit it, and I need to write some code to reset it, which is ridiculous. There doesn't seem to be any easy way just to you can't reset the component because it doesn't seem to fix that, which is odd. Whereas you look at these other characters, oh no, God, she's got a value in there. It looks like it's recalculating all these. Anyway, his is busted. His is fundamentally busted. He just does not want to stand up. So I think what I'm going to do offline from this stream is to open up the original project that he's in where he's not doing that and just compare. And if I need to, I'll bring him in again and restructure his armatures and things that I did before, because that was just a question of renaming stuff mostly, just so that it fits into this structure. He is definitely not happy. It's quite funny because if you could look in the scene and you actually go over to him, he's actually fallen through the ground. So he's doing his animation idle cycle. Where are you, mate? There he is. He's blinking. He's doing all his normal stuff. He's just got his origin, I suspect, is around here somewhere, and he's just fallen through. I suspect because his world inertia is wrong. I don't need him to have any inertia at the moment. I just want him to stand still. Anyway, I'll fix that. There's bound to be some stuff that goes wrong, but most of these characters are working as intended at this point. The main one that I've been doing the most work with is this one, the female knight from Quang Fan. I've had this one for about 6 months and has been integrated with RPG Builder from Blink for the inventory stuff. So if I quickly bring this, you can see the RPG Builder scripts that are associated. They're turned off at the moment because I don't want to be this isn't an RPG Builder scene. It's not got any of the world interaction or anything in it. And I've had this one configured also with Malba's horse riding so that I can prove that out too. So for the moment I'm just getting the characters ready for a character selection screen. This guy's bugging me. He really is. I just I've obviously busted something, I just don't know where. Anyway, I'm quite happy with how the scene's looking. There's a couple of things, there's a couple of warnings in here that bother me. Because it doesn't actually tell me. Okay, that's a blink thing on the female knight. Okay, maybe it's a blink thing. The scene ID map. Game object scene ID map is missing. What's looking for a scene ID map? It's probably... I mean, these are warnings, so I'm not... It's not going to stop me running it. And it's interesting that this thing only gave the error when I stopped the play. So it doesn't stop you playing, but it does stop you unloading the scene and playing to another scene. It's going to break. So this is fine. You can clear that. Everything's happy. And then you stop. And I think that's where you get the error. Yep. Okay, and it's to do with the RPG Builder. This isn't actually the RPG Builder character selection screen. This is the one that comes with Blink. I'll actually load it. And I suspect this scene needs to have some, yeah, it needs to have like a character spot and things like that in it. You can see it's kind of low, a bit low poly. So I don't want to use this scene for my character creation screen. I want to create my own. But obviously something is referencing Blink at the moment that maybe shouldn't be. Logic mono, that's combat mode. Okay, so it's something on the female knight that is calling the combat node. And it doesn't need to at this point. Okay, where are my characters? There they are. Okay, so something in this character. Combat node is turned off at the moment, which is interesting. Having said that, it is definitely compact node combat node that it's calling or trying to call. It's on destroy. Okay, so that's when the scene stops. It's calling this to destroy objects that probably don't exist. I'm not overly worried about this because all these characters need to be wired up fully with blink, and this needs to become a proper scene. Really, at the moment, I'm just trying to get something that looks the part and figure out the best way in which the player can select which of these characters they want and how they view the stats associated with them. So we've got a hunter, we've got a female warrior, female knight, female assassin, female mage or archer. We've got this dude who falls over, crusader, male. I've got a female crusader. I've got a male mage archer who's also, these two are elven. I'm going to have to take their ears off because there's no elves in Zarktor's realm. Male assassin, this guy is a knight, so the equivalent of the female knight, and then we've got a male warrior, and then we've got this one which is going to be it was going to be an NPC succubus type character, but actually having it as a playable character, necromancer, I think is pretty cool. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think 12 playable characters in the game I think is enough. They're all going to have different capabilities. They'll all be using the Blink RPG Builder to equip their own weapons and their own armor sets, and there will be some armor sets that are common to all of them that get overloaded on top of whatever they're wearing. But at the moment, I'm just literally getting them sort of wired up, ready to go with Blink. Anyway, so I'm reasonably happy with that scene. I think it's looking the part. The scene's probably a little bit heavy because there's stuff in the scene that I don't need for this picture. As you can see, this is the Lordenfell sky, Lordenfell castle in the sky scene, and I'm really only using it as a backdrop for the time being. I'll probably hack away at this and make it into something very different, but for the moment it's just a quick and dirty way of getting something that looks nice. Better than just a blank screen anyway. So I'm reasonably happy with that. The rocks, yeah, we want the rocks in there. We need the terrain. There's multiple levels of terrain by the look of it. See, they could just remove the castle and you wind up with an open field thing. I think the scene's a little bit too... There's not enough contrast. The scene is very bright on the buildings and not on the characters have black on them, and the buildings are very, very light, which suggests rebaking lighting or something. So I'm just going to have a go at that now. I'm just going to save, and I need to get this stuff checked into source control. I haven't done it for 6 hours, so I need this stuff recommitted. Let that do its thing. Alright, so the other project I've got in the background is the Exeter city map that I've built using Google, using terrain maps to get the terrain height correct for the city of Exeter in Devon in England. And tonight I've taken the streets here, which are modern day roads, streets, and if I take the height map away, take the terrain away. So that's the Google image map of how Exeter looks today. And these streets, 4th Street runs all the way through the middle to North and South Street, and then it goes all the way through to the East Gate. And what I've done with the terrain is to paint approximate lines where those are. Back in medieval times, I think they would be pretty similar. This wall all the way around the city is a Roman wall, and the Romans left the UK. I forget what it was, like 300 or 400 AD. Zarktor's realm is set approximately 500 AD. Obviously, the Google map is 2000 AD. This map is what I've been using as a reference point because it's got quite, well, it's not a map, but this drawing was a rendition that was done in 1563, and it seems to have all of the street names and churches named, and they actually are where they are today. So this is actually a fairly trustworthy map of where those things were and how populated it was. You can see there's quite a lot of fields behind these trees, and obviously they were doing farming within the city walls as well as outside. Quite a lot of churches, so probably quite a religious centre, and because it was a Roman centurion fort originally, there would be a barracks in here originally, and of course a castle. So that's kind of what I'm getting at with this, is to have the Roman wall, have the castle, have the inner castle walls as well, effectively modelled from this. And I'm going to get this scene, which is fairly light at the moment. It's just got a terrain map and a few boxes in it for white boxing or grey boxing the environment. And I want to get this scene loaded into the other project. This one. This one. This is my main development line. This is where all the characters are. This is where the asset packs have been loaded. Well, some of the asset packs have been loaded for starting to build out the levels. So if I can get that scene in here, then I can actually start working in the one project, and I can dump off these other sideline projects that I've been working on as proof of concept. So what I really want to do with this one, now that I've hacked away at it tonight to remove a lot of stuff that isn't needed, and I think what I want to do now is save that and try the export again and see if the export works a lot quicker this time. It took about an hour and a half last time, but there was a lot of stuff in there that it didn't need for this scene. So I'm going to export the package. When I come to import, I actually only need this scene, but I know it's going to throw in all these dependencies, and I need at the very least the Gaia terrain, the paint that's been used to sort of paint the road textures onto the terrain, because I need those references. So I'll let that do its thing. I'll come back here to the other project. I'm going to check that into source control, assuming it has finished doing its thing. That's now very busy. Okay, let's get the source control up. Okay, so I'm using Perforce Helix P4 as my source control system. So it's picking up the changes to that project. You can see it's picking up changes to the prefabs and things like that, because I've been moving them around and doing things with them, removing scripts. And this is my all characters scene that I've now got rid of, but I've now got a character selection screen instead. And I think that should be pretty much good, assuming it's actually saved that other scene. Hope that export's not going to take too long. And of course the window's in front of the other one, so I can't get to the other window. Rats. Alright, I'm going to commit this to source anyway, because I have saved that scene. Revert and change, shouldn't be any of those. Submit. So this is the character selection screen. Based on Lord and Fell. does not want to switch back to that other scene. I can temporarily bring it up, but it seems to want to put this one in front of it, and this one's busy with its export, which is a pain. That is a pain. Okay, so this one's got the post-processing now working on the camera with the... you know why this one's not selecting is because it's just still baking its global illumination. It's rebaking the lighting, that's why. That's why I couldn't select it. They're both busy. Yeah, so this one's lighting might tidy up a little bit once this is rebaked, hopefully. If not, I'll probably fiddle with it because it does look like the background is very, very light. And the characters must have... What have I done here? I must have hidden a layer because she's now hovering above the ground. Anyway, I think I've hidden a terrain. Oh, I've hidden at the terrain level, the terrain layer, that's why. So there's a level of ground here that's been hidden. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think I've got some ideas now around how the player might select one of these. They're either going to sort of rotate all of them around this sort of semicircular view, or the camera will pan to whichever one you've selected, and then the depth of field on the camera might change to put the rest of them out of focus, so you're focusing on the one that you've got selected. And part of that shade, the sort of fuzziness around the outside, would give some space then to present some stats for that type of character and allow you to sort of see, okay, this is going to be a necromancer, or this is going to be a warrior. What's the, you know, like in Warcraft, I guess you've got a panel of information where you're seeing the pros and cons of that class of character. So I do want to sort of present that. And then once the character has been selected, which is basically the role, the class that you're playing, and the sex that you're playing, it's a question then of taking that character and actually doing the character customization. There's shaders on these Quang Fan models, which are now somewhat being used on this guy as well. Some of the shaders allow an incredible amount of customization, from tattoos, obviously skin tones. The clothing will obviously be driven by the items that the player collects, but the colours associated with maybe the base colours that you're given in the base equipment set could be tailored. And obviously things like hair can be tailored with the hair shader in terms of the length of the hairstyles, if there's multiple options available, and some of these characters do. So the female knight's got about 3 or 4 combinations of hair that can be used, and the colours can be changed. The width of the hair in terms of the thickness of the hair can be changed. The eyes can be changed, and all those sort of things I'm thinking are in the character customization screen, where the player can choose what they want their character to look like within the bounds of what I can do. Some of these have got blend shapes. I believe at least you can start to build up body shapes and things like that. That might work. I know in some of these packages you can modify the characters blend shapes. So which was the one I was looking at? Was skinning to blend shapes, and there's another one in here somewhere that I've got, which is face puppet face. So this one allows you to modify an existing mesh and reshape it. It also does some lip sync, which is interesting. So you can sculpt the blend shapes essentially. So what I like about this is I can precast the same character with a few different blend shapes to completely alter their appearance. Of course, it's a lot of time involved in doing these things, but I think once you get the basic characters going, it sort of opens up a lot of possibilities for what to do with them. So that global illumination is still going. Exeter now is ready to export. That's brilliant. And it's done its dependencies. A lot of this is irrelevant. A lot of it isn't needed. I think I'm going to export it with all these pieces anyway, just to be on the safe side. And then when I import, I can be selective about what I want to bring in. So that's all good. It was certainly a ton quicker than what it was before. All right, so I'm going to put that into my Unity space here. Exeter export. Let that do its thing. Okay, I'm going to sign off soon because it's now 1:40 in the morning. I've been going for about 6.5 hours on this stream, so I think, my track record's I think about 7.5 hours, but I will be back tomorrow, and I will be taking this. I want to get really cracking on this scene. Taking this scene into the other project with all the rest of the stuff is, and starting to populate that Exeter environment with buildings and props, so that level starts to look less like a grey box and more like a real city, a real town, a real place. And of course it is based on a real place with lots of history, lots of Roman history, lots of Anglo-Saxon. The castle Rougemont here was, I learnt tonight, was actually built by William the Conqueror 2 years after he won the Battle of Hastings in 1066. Nevertheless, I'm going to put a castle in here for Zarktor's realm, even though this is 500 AD, because I think the Romans have built a wall around this for a reason, and I think there would be a castle on the top, even if it is 1,000 years before William the Conqueror came along and put his version on it. So my artistic license is going to populate this stuff with what I think would have been there at 500 AD in a way that looks nice. But yeah, the street names, the street locations, they're all real. They're all based on real places in Exeter. And once I've got this scene into the other environment, I can then really focus on getting river auto material down here to actually build up the River X. And that'll be good to get some real water in here. And really this scene, I can start building out all the interesting stuff. This is a major centre of activity in Zarktor's realm. There's a lot of stuff going on in and around this city. And once you're outside the city walls, obviously you're into open country and cross country in Devon and up to Exmoor and Dartmoor. And obviously there'll be little farming communities and other things dotted around the landscape. But this is a major hub of points of interest and quest lines, and obviously this is your base for a number of activities. A number of NPCs are sitting here. A number of quests are given in and received here. And of course there's a lot of stuff going on with the people who are in power, who run the castle, run the government, all these sorts of things. So yeah, that's kind of the background. I'm going to let this run because this could take a while for both the baking of the lighting on this other scene. I don't know how long that's going to take. There's no indication of an estimate for that. And the export, even if it finishes, I still can't import it because the other one's busy. So I think I'm going to sign off very shortly, and I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm changing the time for my stream to just work around some family commitments to 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on a Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So it'll be 2 hours later than what I've currently got scheduled. Instead of 7 p.m. it'll be 9 p.m. For the minimum of 2 hours, but my track record seems to be about 6 hours plus for these things. I get carried away, and there's always lots to go through with this game. I'm a bit of a night owl, so for me, working through to 2 a.m. is not very unusual. But yeah, I will be back on tomorrow, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching the channel, thank you very much for coming and watching the channel, and I will be back tomorrow.